Hashkivenu Adonai Eloheinu Lishalom VaHamidenu Malkeinu L'chaim Ufosalenu Sukat Shlomecha V'takninu Be'etza Tova Milfanecha V'hushienu L'man Shemecha Hashkivenu Adonai Eloheinu Lishalom VaHamidenu Malkeinu L'chaim Ufosalenu Sukat Shlomecha V'taknenu Be'etza Tova Milfanecha V'hushienu L'man Shemecha Hashivenu Hashkivenu Hashkivenu
במוצאי מנוחה קידמנוך תחילה, הט אוזנך ממרום יושב תהילה, לשמוע אל הרינה, לשמוע אל הרינה, לשמוע אל הרינה ואל התפילה. את ימין עוז אורה לעשות חיל בצדק נקד ונשחט מורו איל גנון נגיזו בזקם בעוד ליל לשמוע אל הרינה לשמוע אל הרינה, לשמוע אל הרינה ואל התפילה. דרוש נא דורשך מדורשם בניך, יידרש למו משמי מעונך, ולשבת חידונם אל תלם אוזנך. לשמוע אל הרינה, לשמוע אל הרינה, לשמוע אל הרינה ואל התפילה. רצי עתירתם בעומדם בלילות, שברצון כקורבן כליל ועולות. תרם ניסך, תרם ניסך, עושה גדולות. לשמוע אל הרינה, לשמוע אל הרינה, לשמוע אל הרינה ואל התפילה.
Shomer, shomer Yisrael, shemor sherit Yisrael. Shomer, shomer Yisrael, shemor sherit Yisrael. Ve'al yovad Yisrael, ve'al yovad Yisrael ha'omerim Shema Yisrael. Shomer, shomer goy echad, shemor sherit am echad. Shomer, shomer goy echad, shemor sherit am echad. Ve'al yovad goy echad, ve'al yovad goy echad ham yachadim. Shimecha Adonai Eloheinu Adonai echad. Shomer, shomer goy kadosh, shemor sherit am kadosh. Shomer, shomer goy kadosh, shemor sherit am kadosh. Ve'al yovad goy kadosh, ve'al yovad goy kadosh ham shalashim v'shalosh kedushot lekadosh.
Adonai, Adonai, Erachu v'chanun Adonai, 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 Erachu v'chanun Adonai, Erech ha'payim v'ra'av chesed.
Shana Tova Umituka.
ועוד הפעם יופיעו כוכבי שחר ושרו ושרו שירו מלאכים עוד הפעם ישירו מלאכים שירת קודש לפניך שירת קודש לפניך ועוד הפעם ישירו איש ושרו ועוד הפעם ישירו אפרוחים ועוד הפעם ילחש מעיין את תפילתו
Havdalah means difference, and I think of it often as the diversity blessing. We thank God that everything isn't the same. That time is divided into day and night, into holy days when we appreciate the world as it is, and regular days when we try to improve the world. That we're part of the amazing Jewish people, and that we share this planet with people of many faiths, with people across the spectrum of skin color, political belief, gender identity, and sexual orientation, all made in God's image. And as we prepare to say farewell to Shabbat for the last time in 5780, we're not only making a distinction between Shabbat and the week to come, but beginning to make a distinction between last year and the new one. As it says in the Sephardic liturgy for Rosh Hashanah evening, Tichla shana v'kilaloteha, tachel shana uvirchoteha. May we say goodbye to the tsuris, to the trouble and strife and suffering of last year, and may the new year bring each of us abundant blessings.
Eliyahu Hanavi, Eliyahu Hatishbi, Eliyahu, Eliyahu, Eliyahu Hagiladi, Bimera Yamenu, Yavo Ileinu, Imashiach Ben David, Imashiach Ben David, Eliyahu Hanavi, Eliyahu Hatishbi, Eliyahu, Eliyahu, Eliyahu Hagiladi.
We'll invite you, if you have your Havdalah candle and your spices and your wine, to take those out and get ready. This tune that we'll be using for Havdalah is one that I wrote. I hear it's a little bit catchy, so feel free to sing along at home when you pick it up.
Hine el Yeshuati, Haftach velo hafchad, Ki ozi vezimrat yad, Adonai vayehi l'Yeshua, U'she'aftem mayim v'sasot, Mimaynei Yeshua, Adonai Yeshua, Alam Chadecha Tefazela, Adonai Tzvaot
sing Hamavdil, the piyut that we often sing at the end of Havdalah. I want to point out that though we sing this every Shabbat, the themes of this piyut, not just in the first verse, which we all know so well, but really throughout the other 9 verses as well, have much to do with this season. Themes like Chatotenu Yimchol, that our sins be forgiven, and throughout it talks about atonement and about our hopes for prosperity. So we'll share with you 2 verses this evening.
Hamavdil ben kodesh lechol chatotenu imchol tzareinu chaspeinu yarbet hachol lechakochim halayla.
Shavua Tov, a good week, a Gittevach in Yiddish, and we want to share with you a Chassidic song for a Gittevach. It says, a good week, a healthy week we wish to all the Jews everywhere and to all of the fine and righteous people who are gathered here today. May we have a good week, may we be healthy, may we drink some wine until the morning comes, and may everyone have exactly what they need.
Agitavoch, agitavoch, oy ben shemir, tzaleim, tzale feine, gitte chassidim, belchezenem aledor, gesinnt soll mir sein, trinken round mir rein, lesen weißen Togaran, gesinnt soll mir sein, trinken round mir rein, lesen weißen Togaran. Oy Gott soll geben, als Mashiach soll kommen, in alle Ayin, ayin, kein Erz Yisrael, wir wollen seine Volk mit Völker gleich. Gesinnt soll mir sein, trinken round mir Wein, bis im weißen Togaran. Wir sind so wir sein, trinken und wir wein. Wir sind weißen Togerein. Wir sind so wir sein, trinken und wir wein. Wir sind weißen Togerein.
I think we have time for just one more quick Agitavoch Niggun, a good week, a healthy week. We wish it for you, and a good and healthy week and year, and safe and all the blessings as we end this 5780 and head into the next year.
A Gitavoch and a good year.
Well, that was just beautiful. Thank you so much to Chazan Ken Richmond, Rabbi Shira Shazir, and their family. An extra bonus, two beautiful sons. Just a wonderful and beautiful way of welcoming us into this new week. And Shavua Tov to everyone. I am Rabbi Jacob Lu. I serve as the CEO of the Rabbinical Assembly and the United Synagogue for Conservative Judaism. And together with our other partners, we are so pleased to welcome everyone this evening to our program for Selihot, a way of coming into this season of a new year, Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, season of tshuva, of repentance, and a time when we can think together about how we will make our lives even more meaningful in the year to come. And it's my special pleasure to welcome as our first keynote guest this evening, Dr. Shuli Rubin Schwartz. She is the 8th Chancellor of the Jewish Theological Seminary in New York City, and it's just a pleasure to welcome Dr. Schwartz. She is both a friend, mentor, and a wonderful scholar and partner for us in all of our movement organizations, and we're so pleased that she's here with us this evening to speak about Jewish resilience in the time of Corona and always. Dr. Schwartz.
Thank you so much. Rabbi Blumenthal, Shavua Tov to all of you. I'm delighted to be here and to spend this time thinking together as we approach the Yamim Noraim. We are on the cusp of this new year at such a trying moment. Over the past 6 months, our assumptions about life as we know it have been called into question. We're filled with trepidation and uncertainty. We're fearful of our health, our future, our loved ones, our livelihoods. We fear for the health of the institutions we hold dear. So much feels broken in this world. So much repair needs to be done. It's not surprising that the Yamim Noraim, the days of awe, feel particularly fraught for us this year. Like you, I've been experiencing all these feelings, and on top of that, I'm confronted with the awesome responsibility that comes with having taken on this new position as Chancellor of the Jewish Theological Seminary in the middle of a pandemic. I know it feels a bit crazy. We know that COVID-19 is posing additional challenges that are unique to higher education and to Jewish institutions. How can we study together safely? How can we pray together safely? How can we forge community together? How can we fulfill our highest aspirations when we must do all of this from a distance? Thankfully, at JTS, we pivoted successfully last March in an emergency manner to online learning, and now we've begun our semester offering an outstanding course of study in a virtual manner. Nevertheless, we long for the vibrant in-person community that is central to our vibrancy and to the vibrancy of every Jewish institution. Our gorgeous new campus has been completed, but without students and faculty and staff filling our hallways and classrooms, its potential has yet to be realized. I hope to be able to greet many of you in this beautiful new space when it becomes safe to travel, but for now, we continue to find new ways to share our teaching with wider audiences, just as we are doing this evening. And we simultaneously try to manage our sense of loss, of in-person schooling, and of everything all of us miss. We ache for the loss of certain social connections, the casual ones, the friends we'd chat with in the supermarket, the gym, or at Kiddush and Shul, and the deeper relationships that have continued by phone, FaceTime, Zoom, and socially distant visits, but that remind us each time of what we're missing, the inability to see, let alone hug freely, our loved ones and our closest friends. How then can we see our way through this moment? The richness of our Judaism and our history of resilience stand us in good stead, but we must identify and confront the challenges and commit to adapting to the moment as needed in order to survive and thrive as a result. First, how do we sustain and cultivate community? For centuries, as they have traversed the globe, the Jewish people have figured out how to maintain and even strengthen communal ties and Jewish commitments, both in calm periods as well as under adverse circumstances. I'm always amazed at the creative ways in which Jews breathe new and distinctive life into our traditions, even as they preserve them. I think of the Jews of the Golden Age of Spain, who honed the skill of composing gorgeous liturgical poems in Hebrew using the rhyme and meter popular in Arabic. I think of the early Jewish settlers in the middle of the United States in the 19th century who needed to figure out how to forge community in remote places when they were few in number. Gathering together at the end of a long week of peddling their wares, they cultivated social ties with other Jews, only to grow those ties, often at this time of year, when someone would remark that, "Oh, I think the high holidays must be approaching. Anyone in the group know how to lead the prayers?" That's how synagogues got started in so many communities around the country. I think of Eastern European immigrant women in pre-state Israel who had to adapt to a very different climate, food supply, and work conditions in order to sustain their families while building new settlements in Eretz Israel. Second, how do we respond to collective trauma? When communities experience tragedy, they develop over time ways to memorialize and transmit the lessons of the moment. This can take decades, and it's often hard to know in the moment which responses will have staying power and which will prove ephemeral. Some would prefer to forget dark times and go back to the old normal or get on with it. But over time, the impulse for remembering and honoring the moment leaves its mark on our culture and our psyche and enriches Judaism in the process. Third, difficult situations often force us to confront our weaknesses as a people as well as our strengths. In what ways are our institutions excelling, and in what ways are they falling short in meeting our needs? Crises become opportunities when we engage in communal self-reflection and forge a commitment to learn from it to do better. Similarly, given all that is going on in the world, we must ask ourselves, in what way are we as a people falling short in living up to our values as an ethical people, committed to watching out for the vulnerable, dealing with others generously? In what ways can our tradition inspire us to summon our best selves in this critical moment? Thankfully, in times of challenge, we humans are capable of weathering much more than we imagine. We summon up stores of resilience we did not know we possessed. As a Jewish people, this trait is part and parcel of our story, and it's part of the muscle memory of our people. The Jewish people began through the trauma of uprooting and slavery. Jacob and his family had to leave Canaan and travel to Egypt to find sustenance in a time of famine, only to then be enslaved. Thankfully, our people then experienced the exhilaration of freedom and settlement in Eretz Israel. But later, as we know, the Jewish people faced the loss of the temple in Jerusalem, and over the centuries, Jews have faced insecurity in areas where they could not own land, times when they faced expulsion, and ultimately when they faced genocide. These stores of sufferings and loss, as well as those of joy, gratitude, and resilience, are reflected in our liturgy, poetry, sacred and popular texts, in our ceremonial art, in our rituals, songs, and in our collective story. As Jews in 2020, we have so much to draw upon to sustain us: Jewish law, Jewish lore, Jewish history, thought, and literature. One example of how to build on our traditions to draw out new meaning for today that I find particularly poignant in this pandemic moment builds on the simple act of hand washing. We know that Jews wash their hands ritually before breaking bread at the start of a meal, an established practice already in rabbinic times. We do so, as the priests did in the ancient temple in Jerusalem, as a way of signifying that eating is a sacred act, just like the sacrificial rituals in the temple. This small action reminds us that eating is a privilege, and that we ought not to take food for granted, that we ought to approach every meal with gratitude and reverence. Nowadays, we're all washing our hands more frequently and with more intentionality than ever before. And we're doing so with an awareness of its significance in helping to preserve our health and the health of others. Given the value Judaism places on human life, and with the hand-washing ritual already fully imprinted in Jewish tradition, I was hardly surprised to find a beautiful new prayer by Rabbi Joseph Mesler, spiritual leader of Temple Sinai in Sharon, Massachusetts. It's a 20-second hand-washing prayer to be recited in the age of Corona. As I take up my hands to wash them and reassure my heart, I pray for healing and wholeness for the whole world. I remember that every life is unique and of infinite value, from those living on the most remote part of the globe to those in our cities, to our neighbors and family members. Let me use my hands for good to help bring love and compassion to others. Let us lift up our hearts and hands to the eternal. Over the generations, experimentation in ritual as a reflection of resilience has often been prompted by women, for their religious sensibilities were generally underrepresented in Jewish law. One of the most poignant and emotional examples of this can be found in Yiddish devotions and para-liturgical prayers known as tchinas that began to be published in the early modern period. They were written by both women and men and reprinted often. These prayers clearly met an unrecognized desire, primarily for women, to express a popularized mystical pietism. But they were also accessed by men who were not literate in Hebrew. By the 18th century in Eastern Europe, a significant number of the authors of these tchinas were women, giving us a rare chance to hear women's voices directly. We're going to look in a moment at a tchina that was written by Sarah, daughter of Jacob ben Wolf Kranz, a famous preacher of Dubnov, and the wife of Mordechai Katz Rappaport, the head of a small rabbinical court in Volhynia. If you have the text, you can follow along. It's a tchina for the matriarchs for the blowing of the shofar. Lord of the world, merciful Father, have mercy on us and accept our prayers, for you have commanded your people Israel to blow the shofar in order to confuse Satan, that he may not accuse us. You can see that this tchina is built around the special worries of the high holiday season, when we are so conscious of the fact that we will be judged by our Creator. It begins in the first paragraph with a very common superstition among Jews, part of Jewish folk culture since rabbinic times. We're so concerned that our sins are so great and that we will be doomed, that we will never pass muster when we go before God, because we are such sinners, and Satan will be enumerating all of our sins before the divine. So our hope is that we can distract or confuse Satan through the blasts of the shofar, so that Satan won't be able to mount his case against us. The tchina continues, Master of the cosmos, if I am indeed guilty, let your attribute of mercy overpower your attribute of justice and forgive us our sins. Blow away all of our sins with the blowing of the shofar. For our ninefold blowing of the shofar, may the merit of the 4 matriarchs and the 3 patriarchs and Moses and Aaron help us during this time of judgment. You see, in invoking the patriarchs as well as the matriarchs, I think the author of this tchina is reminding us that a tchina like this is in a way echoing, or is a kind of gender balanced tchina that it echoes and balances out many of the piyutim at this time of year, particularly the piyut Hu Ya'anenu, which also lists all the patriarchs It begins with, may the one who answered Abraham on Mount Moriah, may this one answer us. And it goes through Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, Joseph, Moses, and Aaron. So here in this Trina, Cyril begins with Sarah. First, we ask our mother Sarah to plead for us at this hour of judgment, so that we may be judged innocent. Have mercy, our mother, on your children. Make a special plea that our children not be separated from us. You know full well how bitter it is when a child is taken away from its mother, as happened to you when your Isaac was taken away from you, and you yearned for him. Today is the appropriate time for you to pray when a shofar is made from a ram's horn is blown, so that the merit of Isaac, who allowed himself to be bound like a sheep, is remembered. You see in this paragraph that she is invoking the story of the Akedah, which we know is the story that is read on the second day of Rosh Hashanah, the day this year when we will sound the shofar. You know that the ram is what was substituted for Isaac on the altar. So all of that is evoked here. But this is a very special pleading that is really built on the emotions of mothers and children, and is asking that God remember and have mercy upon us, and guard against that fear that mothers had of being separated from their children. Next, Cyril turns to Rebecca. I also beseech our mother Rebecca to pray for her children and for our father and mother, that they should not, heaven forbid, be separated from us. You know very well what it is like to yearn for one's father and mother. For when Eliezer, the servant, took you away from your father and mother and brought you to your husband Isaac, you too wept very much. Thus you know how painful it is to be without a father and a mother. Therefore pray for our father and mother, that they may have a year of life and a year of goodness, and that I, my husband, and my children may earn a decent living. Here we have Cyril turning to Rebecca and asking for her empathy for the fears that we have when we pray for all our loved ones. We worry about children, we also worry about parents, and we understand the pain of separation from family members. I think this year we understand it even more. Many of us who can't visit our relatives, who have older parents that are far away, either in different states, in places where we can't visit them, and where we are afraid to visit them because we worry about transmitting the virus. So I think this, to me, takes on extra resonance this year. And of course, she's also invoking the fear of not being able to make a living, something that is particularly challenging for many of us during this pandemic. Next, she beseeches our mother Rachel, pray for us that we may be inscribed and sealed for a good year. We know full well you cannot bear to hear of any sorrow, for when your beloved son Joseph was taken away to Egypt, the Ishmaelites caused him great anguish. He fell upon your grave and began to cry, Mama, have pity on your child. How can you bear to look on my sorrow when you had such love for me? You could not bear the anguish of your child, and so you answered him, My dear child, I hear your cry, and I will always have compassion when I hear your sorrow. Therefore, have mercy on our sorrow and anguish and trembling before the judgment, and pray that a good year may be inscribed for us, so that we may never know sorrow. Again, we see the invoking of Rachel, the most beloved of the matriarchs, and asking that her compassion also be invoked to pray on our behalf. Someone who knows the feeling of feeling helpless, of having a child in anguish and being unable to do anything about it except through those feelings of compassion. And therefore, we hope that that compassion will help mitigate whatever judgment awaits us. Finally, we beseech our mother Leah to plead for us. May you all pray for us now, for today is the first day of 10 days of repentance, and this is our last chance. I know I have failed to repent for a long time. You may see here, and you may be asking, that noticing that Leah gets short shrift here among the matriarchs. All I can say here is that Cyril is following the way that Leah is depicted, both in the book of Genesis and also in rabbinic tradition, and that much more attention is paid to the other matriarchs, and that is reflected in the way that this Tchina is composed. Finally, we saw in this same paragraph the kind of personal guilt that Cyril feels, the author of this Tchina, for having failed to repent for a long time. I think something we can all identify with, that the 10 days of repentance are a moment where we're forced to take stock and reflect back on the year and think about a lot of the ways in which we've fallen short, and things that we might have done to repair relationships with others. And this is our moment to do those things that we may have known that we should have done before, but in fact have not. She ends, therefore we ask all our mothers to plead of us that we may be inscribed for life, for peace, and for livelihood. May we not, heaven forbid, need to depend on human charity, which is a greater disgrace than God's gift, but rather may we be nourished by your holy hand. Amen. Selah. May the matriarchs indeed intercede on all of our behalves, that we may all be inscribed for life, for peace, for livelihood. That Tchina always is particularly poignant and meaningful for me as I approach these high holidays. I think because I am not only moved by the message, but I'm also moved by the unique way in which women drew particular power by invoking the matriarchs, by invoking the women in our tradition, and trying to connect more deeply with them at this particular moment. Something that I think about a lot and that I've done myself as a scholar who focuses on the history of women and on the ways in which women have found meaning through Jewish tradition and Jewish life. I turn us now to the current era, and today That impulse toward resilient responses to changing conditions has continued. I've been especially moved to witness this in the conservative movement in the past, really the past 6 months. The intense work of the law committee, determined to issue new responsa urgently to address the new circumstances that we all found ourselves in the beginning of March. Can one participate in a synagogue service via Zoom? Can one join a Seder on Zoom? What happens if I can't get horseradish root for my Seder plate this year? These are things that the conservative movement is uniquely positioned to respond to, because conservative Judaism has long been committed to serious engagement with Jewish law and custom, and to ensuring that both speak to the needs of Jews in every era. So here's a new prayer by a conservative rabbi, Rabbi Naomi Levy, that builds on those same fears we saw in the Tchina from the 18th century, but quickly pivots to an action plan that all of us can follow. We're frightened, God, worried for our loved ones, worried for our world. Helpless and confused, we turn to you, seeking comfort, faith, and hope. Teach us, God, to turn our panic into patience and our fear into acts of kindness and support. Our strong must watch out for our weak. Our young must take care of our old. Help each one of us to do our part to halt the spread of the virus. Send strength and courage to the doctors and nurses in the front lines of this battle. Fortify them with the full force of their healing powers. Send wisdom and insight to the scientists working day and night across the world to discover healing treatments. Bless their efforts, God. Fill our leaders with the wisdom and the courage to choose and act quickly. Help us, God, to see that we are one world, one people, who will rise above this pandemic together. Send us health, God. Watch over us. Grace us with your love. Bless us with your healing light. Hear us, God. Heal us, God. Amen. In the past 7 months, we've heard or recited new prayers at funerals of pandemic victims when we can't be physically present. We've connected with fellow congregants by Zoom, either before, after, or for Tefillot, and we figured out how to experience meaningful Passover Seders, even when we couldn't be with our extended families or couldn't obtain the distinctive Seder plate symbols. Our synagogues are creating new ways to ensure that everyone has a meaningful Rosh Hashanah through new home rituals, through socially distant tefillah indoors or out, through live stream or Zoom. Our clergy have come up with so many creative ways to enhance these days of awe. My own rabbi has organized synagogues on the Upper West Side to have a public shofar blowing on Broadway at a designated time, and I'm sure your community has something similar planned. Our clergy have also figured out how to streamline the service so that crowds do not gather for too long. I joyfully attended the Zoom wedding of a JTS colleague and her fiance earlier in the summer that demonstrated brilliantly how to find new meaning for today in the age-old wedding tradition of Batekin. Many of us have witnessed this traditional custom of a groom veiling his bride just prior to the start of the Jewish wedding ceremony. It stems from the passage in Genesis that recounts that when Rebekah gazed upon Isaac for the first time, she took her veil and covered herself. The word itself comes from the root that means to check or confirm and is drawn from the biblical story of Jacob's wedding. when, as you'll recall, he learns only after the ceremony that the veiled bride he married was Leah, not his beloved Rachel. The custom has very old roots. It's mentioned in the Mishnah, and it serves as a sign of trust and honesty. How then to build on those sentiments in 2020 in an egalitarian fashion and in the age of Corona? This couple removed the bandanas that they were wearing just before the ceremony. The groom then covered the nose, mouth, and chin of his soon-to-be wife with a white silk mask. She then covered him with a more whimsical mask designed to resemble a man's tuxedo. What better way to honor an age-old tradition of veiling in the era of COVID than by finding the sacred in the donning of a mask, which in this moment can protect the life of one's loved one and of others. Thankfully, Jews and Judaism possess the reserves necessary to flourish on many levels at once. This pandemic will no doubt eventually lead to new theological responses as Jews strive to make sense of this difficult moment. Halachic decisors will continue to respond to the unique challenges posed by the pandemic, including the technological and the ethical. How should doctors decide who gets treatments first? How can a mashgiach certify something kosher if they can't physically enter the plant to inspect the process? One could go on and on with all of the questions that this pandemic has raised for us. Synagogues will need to build on what they've learned during the pandemic to reimagine tefillah, religious school, youth activities, fundraising, and more. Which innovations will remain and which will fade? Only time will tell. Thanks to our rich tradition, we will be able to rediscover old but wise answers to new questions and new answers to old questions. We will revive tried and true coping mechanisms and will adopt new initiatives as well. We will need to do all of these things. This is what Jews have always done. It accounts for Judaism's richness and the power of Jews to ensure that Judaism remains responsive to their needs. As we prepare to usher in the new year of 5781, I offer a blessing that we recognize and appreciate the power of our tradition to nourish us during this dark moment and to challenge us to realize our best selves in ways that will impact for good our loved ones, our Jewish communities, our society at large, and our world. Ken Yehi Ratzon, may it come to pass. And let me take this moment to wish each and every one of you a Shana Tova U'Mituka, a joyous, good, healthy, and sweet 5781.
Thank you so much, Chancellor Schwartz. What a beautiful way for us to begin our evening of Selihot. You've reflected on so many different things, and there are a couple of things, if you don't mind staying with us for just a few moments, and maybe reflecting a little more. One of the things I found most striking in the Trina that you shared with us was the reframing of biblical stories through the eyes of the women in those stories. It's just so powerful, and it's literature that unfortunately we're not always exposed to. And I'm just wondering a little more about that. Can you talk a little more about not just this Trina, but other spaces where you've seen the ability to see? I mean, what was most striking to me was calling upon Sarah to speak to this idea of compassion because she herself knew what it was like to have a child taken from her. I mean, that is both, it is a moment of like tremendous calling for compassion, and also I think an indictment of Abraham's behavior. and therefore I think quite courageous, actually, to put it into a prayer. So I'm just wondering if you know, is this common to other pieces of literature that you've encountered?
Well, you know, in a way, it's women's midrash, right? Particularly if we think about the story of the Akedah, it's very sparsely written, and we know that Sarah is nowhere to be found in that story. And any woman has to be thinking, how did I let them leave in the morning? We never should have let them go. You know, that sense of helplessness you know, that is ripe for midrash, and really most of the midrashim are not really written from the perspective of women. Were not written by women, and they certainly don't reflect that, the sense of a woman being a bystander to a central story, of being absent from that central story, of nobody asking her opinion whether she thought this was a good idea for them to trek up to Har Moriah for who the heck knows what, right? So I think all of that is hidden in this Tchina, and that's what you see here, that it's not only in the 20th century where women said, wait a minute, I'm going to write my own midrash because we don't find ourselves enough in our tradition. But even earlier on, you have women who in their own way found their way to write themselves into the liturgy.
Yeah, I think it pushes us actually to really pay even closer attention also to our reading on the first day, where we actually do have one of the rare stories in the Tanakh that's truly told from a woman's point of view, with Hagar and seeing her son Ishmael in, you know, suffering. And I wonder, first of all, if we might add Hagar to, she's not linked to us in the Jewish people according to the Torah, but I wonder as a character in the Torah if we should be invoking her as well, perhaps, in our own prayers. And I'm also thinking about Leah, and whether the Tchina is actually an invitation for us to think about her. And what we might add in that Tchina, you know, in terms of her experience of empathy as a person who's basically overlooked by her husband, overlooked by her family often, even her own sons. And it reminds me of one of the experiences that I've been having over recent months, which is realizing so many people in our community who've been overlooked. The folks who would have wanted to come to synagogue every week or on the holidays, but are unable for various reasons to come into the synagogue. And we haven't always accommodated their needs. And all of a sudden, none of us are able to come into the synagogue, or sometimes very few of us. And all of a sudden, we're discovering how powerful it is to create community, minyanim, and Shabbat experiences that can include us even if we can't come into the synagogue. So I'm just struck by that. The other thing that I'm thinking about a lot is I've seen two reactions in our society to what's been happening in recent months. One is anger, and the other is compassion. And I'm really struck by bringing this Tchina and bringing the other prayers that you introduced that really call on us to move towards compassion rather than anger. It's actually exactly what we ask from God during these holidays, to put aside God's deen, God's sense of retribution and strict justice, and instead to focus on rachamim, on compassion. Any thoughts about that? What are you seeing in the world around us?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's exactly right. I mean, in other words, this is saying, yeah, you're right to be angry. Of course, we're furious, but even though, right? So it's not saying, well, you can't be angry. You just like have to get over it or repress it or whatever. Because it's in a way acknowledging, you know, we can be furious, but we we also know all the ways in which we've fallen short, and all the things that we can do better, always, but also during this pandemic, that it calls up for us extra stores of compassion, of, as you said, reaching out to those who are overlooked, to those who have needs that are even more pressing at this moment. All of this is, evoked here as well.
Yeah, and it's very much what I've been seeing in so many of our communities. That when we talk about resilience, it really is about being able to, as you said early on in your talk, draw on stores of compassion and positivity and hope that we didn't even know were part of us, but are in fact buried in ourselves. I wrote recently about this beautiful midrash that's in Pirkei Avot that says that on the Bein Hashmashot, on the sixth day of creation, right before Shabbat, God creates a whole collection of different things that are going to be needed in Jewish history or in human history, in order to get us through what needs to be done. So God creates, in fact, the ram that Abraham is going to see, and be able to save his son, and how I've revisited that midrash as a way of reminding us that there are all these things that have been created for us that we have not yet discovered, but when we have need of them, perhaps when we draw on them, we can discover them. And compassion, the store of compassion that we have, is probably one of them. So I can't tell you how much we appreciate that you brought this text to us and all of these other prayers. Do you have some other just closing thoughts about some of the things that you hope we will bring from this experience and retain as we move, God willing, in the coming year into a post-pandemic age? What are some of the things that you hope? It could be just personally, things that you've discovered about yourself that you're hoping to bring into that next stage, God willing, in the coming year.
Yeah, I think that we've learned, I've certainly learned, as teacher, that that there are many ways to form community. And while we as Jews privilege face-to-face community and in-person community, there's so much else that can be done. And I think I have learned, even just at this moment, how many individuals am I able to share this Tchina with in a way that I would never be able to if I were in one room with one group of people without the benefit of technology. So I think that what we are learning is that there are ways to reach many more people. There are ways to reach people that would never be able to access what we have to offer. And I hope that we will take advantage of that, even as we return thrillingly, hopefully soon, to be able to gather safely face to face.
Amen, Selah. Ken Yehi Ratzon. It should be in the coming year that we do take the lessons that we are learning in these months and use them for blessing in the months to come. I can't thank you, Chancellor Schwartz, for not only being here this evening. I can't thank you enough for all the partnership that you're providing at JTS to our movement and to the Jewish people. I hope folks who are tuning in, and there are many hundreds of them actually on our particular channel, one of 5 this evening, we'll have the opportunity to partner with JTS, the RA, and the United Synagogue in a series of adult education programs beginning in November. And so we're really excited about that development, also an adaptation and a type of resilience that we're planning for as part of this partnership. And also I hope folks will stay tuned at the end of October, right after Simchat Torah. We're planning a week of caring for clergy. So many of our rabbis and cantors and our synagogue staff members are working so hard to create that sense of community and connection, even in these very challenging periods. And we're going to hopefully take some special note of their efforts and also provide them with the opportunity for some resilience and some regaining of their own energy at the end of October. So I hope those who are on this evening will pay attention and be looking forward to that. Meanwhile, again, Chancellor Schwartz, we just can't thank you enough for everything and for being here and offering some very powerful ideas about resilience, about compassion, and beautiful prayers for the year that is to come. Shana Tova to you and to your family and to everyone at JTS.
Thank you. Shana Tova.
Shana Tova Umetuka. And now we're turning to our next keynote presentation, which will be about Tshuva, racial justice and inclusion, listening to Black Jewish voices. We're pleased to welcome Cherie Curry as our facilitator this evening. She's from Minnetonka, Minnesota, and she'll be speaking with Dr. Lewis Gordon, Robin Washington, and Dr. Michelle Kuehl. Their bios are all on the Selihot.org website. So you can go there and take a look at our presenters' bios. And meanwhile, we're very pleased to welcome all of them this evening and look forward to their presentation. Cherie. Cherie, you can begin.
She might be having some trouble coming in.
Okay.
In the meantime, I'll say hello to my good friend Louis and Michelle, who I don't know as well.
I know, I'm very honored to meet both of you. I've heard a lot about both of you from Cherie over the years, so.
And Shana Tova to everybody.
Shana Tova to everybody. Great to see you, Robin. Great. Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
Great to see all three of you. And it looks like Cherie may be having some trouble getting on.
She didn't get an invite to come in. I just texted her and she said that,
there she is.
There she is. Okay.
She's getting.
Excellent. Great. Well, that's what happens when that's the proof that we're live this evening. So,
I was waiting. I don't know what happened. I had to raise.
No, it's all good.
Sound.
Our production assistant, Scott, sends his apologies. We're all set. Okay. I'm so glad you're with us, Cherie, and we are all set to go. So I'm going to leave it to you to introduce and begin our discussion with our panelists.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Thanks so much. So to Tshuva, racial justice and inclusion, listening to Black Jewish voices, this roundtable discussion. We're going to address anti-racism in the wake of George Floyd. Three of us live in Minnesota. And to help you kind of like take this position about action, listening to the stories that we have to tell you about kind of racial justice. And so my esteemed colleagues are from top of my screen there, we have Professor Lewis Gordon in Connecticut.
Hello, everybody. Shana Tova to all.
Michelle Kuehl here in Minnesota with me. We're both members of VaHaviotim.
Shana Tova.
Robin Washington, also in Minnesota in Duluth. Thank you so much. I will also
Duluth, as Robin says, is one of the warmest places for him because of his shul.
That's right. One of the warmest shuls and one of the coldest places on earth.
I've been there, and it is warm.
I'm going to have to visit you.
And all
for the warmth or the cold?
All four of us are co-moderators of blackandjewish.com, a forum for Jews of color. We don't want everybody rushing in, so it is a forum for Jews of color. And we do thank you for recognizing that. And so Teshuvah, is this element of atoning for sin in Judaism. And we need to recognize that, right? All of us have sinned on occasion. And looking, part of that is, forms of discrimination is a part of that, something that we need to atone for and repent for at different times. And there are times that we don't realize when we don't consciously realize when we may be discriminating against someone for a variety of reasons, whether it's which sorority they went to or didn't go to, the alma mater they belonged to or didn't belong to, or racial discrimination and religious discrimination. So, and listening to what we have to talk to you about on various topics, which we'll talk about housing, we will talk about police, we will talk about wage gap, we will talk about education, and various other topics. So an element of all of that will be what can we do as individual Jews, as well as a community of Jews to help get towards a more anti-racist society. So with that, we're going to start with a very general topic of race and racism and anti-racism, and and what is that? And more than 600 Jewish institutions, including the Daf Yisrael congregation, where Michelle and I are both members, signed a declaration to say that Black Lives Matter. And the phrase, Black Lives Matter, it still bothers some people to say that. So, but these congregations, institutions, Jewish organizations put out an ad in the New York Times letting the whole world know that Black Lives Matter. In part, it says, we know that freedom and safety for any of us depends on freedom and safety of all of us. As Jews, we know how dangerous this is when politicians target Jewish people and blame us for problems. It leads directly to violence against us. When Black movements are undermined, it leads to more violence against Black people, including Black Jews. So Robin, I'm gonna start with you. Your parents were civil rights activists. So not unlike Kamala Harris, you remember as a tot attending, participating in protests and sit-ins, Jews and Blacks advocating side by side for civil rights. And also you're a journalist. So as a journalist, you went on to produce a public TV documentary called You Don't Have to Ride Jim Crow. So tell us, why is it important that the Jewish community, all of us in the Jewish community, feel that, that it's needed to make such a public statement that Black Lives Matter?
Well, I think you answered it in your introduction when you talked about the letter in the New York Times that was essentially saying, as many have said in so many different ways, right? No person is free until all people are free. I like to quote it a different way. A friend of mine, a late friend, the late Reuben Greenberg, who of course was African-American and Jewish, and who reverted to Judaism, I would say, by the way. His family had been Jewish, lost it, had nothing to do with the color of their skin, and he rediscovered it one day. His name was already Greenberg. His name was already Reuben. And so he didn't have to go very far. And one of the things when he did convert or revert, he was asked, well, wait a minute, you're Black. Don't you have enough people hating you? Or, why do you want to do this? Questioning about Jewish acceptance and stuff like that. He said, everybody who hates Blacks hates Jews. I'm not going to lose any friends or gain any friends that I would have lost, or you figure it out, yeah. And so, that goes back again, no person is free until all people are free. It is entirely, and there's nothing to be ashamed about this, self-interest. If you don't, Charlottesville may have started out as something else, but they were screaming about Jews, right? Started out about Confederate statues, and you could say, well, Jews are in the Confederacy, we should be proud of them or something like that. Didn't take them long to turn it into an anti-Semitic thing, very much so, right? And then, of course, as everybody on this panel has said over and over and over again, and of course, you know this, you set up the question theory, which is the two groups are not mutually exclusive. So if you're talking about what Blacks and Jews are doing, that is a misnomer because there are Black Jews and the two groups overlap, they're concentric, or they have concentric parts. And so if you were not to, and this goes from the Black point of view too, by the way, somebody recently asked, I was on some panel recently, same question, different form, and it was about Jewish participation in the civil rights movement. And I actually told the guy, you're being a little patronizing here. You do understand that there were Black Jews in the civil rights movement. Chuck McDew, who was also a great Minnesotan, we lost him a couple of years ago, was the second president of SNCC. He was a Black Jew. So people ask me, who was the most prominent Jew in the civil rights movement? Assuming I'm going to say some white person, and I'm going to say, you didn't know Chuck McDew? Okay. So the interest of one is the interest of all. And the last part of what I was going to say there about any idea that is patronizing is the NAACP came out against pogroms in its very beginning. So, and it wasn't just white people in NAACP. The first chapter in A Man Called White by Walter White is called A Jew is Lynched. And if you haven't read it, you need to.
Okay, thank you, yes. And so, and Michelle, you know, you grew up here in Minnesota.
I did.
Yeah, and you went to undergrad in a non-metropolitan southern city, which still held on to many of the traditions associated with the historic South, the South of the Mason-Dixon line. So yes. When it comes to anti-racism and anti-Semitism, you've worked to make change, you know, despite the discomfort that this may have brought you, you know, with your own friends and family, you know, how you went about that, as well as with other white Americans. Some of many whom may not even known that you were Black or that you were Jewish.
Yes.
These issues, you know, can also be within our own communities, right? So what's your take on how older generations of Jews approach racism through this religious or cultural lens versus maybe like today's generation of Jews? What can we do better or the same?
Right. Well, I want to, first of all, thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. I was very hesitant because I wasn't sure that I had much to contribute compared to Lewis and Robin. So thank you for allowing me to participate. In terms of your question, you know, obviously I echo a lot of what Robin said, that Jews and Blacks obviously are not mutually exclusive. There have been, always will be Black Jewish people. So there's places where our groups overlap together. And also, as Robin was saying, this is a huge point that I make all the time, that where you see the N-word or where you hear racial slurs around African Americans and Black Americans, you know, the swastika is never far behind. So, you know, these two groups, I think, if nothing else, we are linked together because the people that hate one tend to always hate the other, right? But I think the thing that I have been reflecting on most recently due to George Floyd and, you know, all the other names that we could name and just the protest movements that have been going on is, one, I never thought, of course, I'd be living in this city that would sort of spring this off. I mean, Minneapolis isn't necessarily the place that I would think of as, you know, springing a racial discourse in the United States of America. You know, I sort of always assumed it would be someplace like Chicago, New York, you know, a bigger city. And so I had to take that situation, of course, because it's so close to us, Sheree, seriously. And there's just a few things that I would say about that is that, you know, Jews have always been allies, at least in the recent histories and narratives that I'm a part of. Jews were always allies, supporters, and Black Jews were always participatory. But I do think, though, that when I meet congregation members at Adath, at our shul, who understand inherently concepts around white privilege, white supremacy, you know, racial discrimination, I've found it to be really interesting that it tends to be the older congregants who understand these concepts, and that I actually am finding myself struggling it's my generation and the one right ahead of me, where they're struggling much more with these concepts around systemic racism, white privilege, and how they have been passively participatory, or, I mean, maybe not passively, but for the most part, they're not going to admit that to me, right? So been passively participatory in terms of the way in which they live their life or the actions they're taking in their life. And so I found that really interesting, because maybe it reflects some bias that I have in my own life about who understands this and who doesn't. Now, I do just want to end by saying recently I have become very hopeful around some of the growth that I've seen in young people. So my daughter is 15, and I'm seeing the work that her generation is doing, where they really are embracing and understanding this. She goes to a very diverse school, 42% kids of color, as well as a significant critical mass of Jewish students as well. And they understand these concepts in wholeheartedly, and are really asking some great questions about what can we do. So while I'm sort of discouraged at my own generation and how we've allowed sort of some of these, we've gotten comfortable in allowing some of these things to happen, I'm also very hopeful and actually learning a lot from the youth in our congregation. So I guess that's what I have to contribute around this.
Okay. And Louis, so with your family is from the Caribbean and this rich Caribbean Jewish heritage as well. So, and you're as your professor, and your areas are Africana, philosophy, and race and racism, as well as Jewish studies. So there's this one book that you wrote, well, you wrote several books, you wrote many books, but you talk, and some of them about this anti-Black racism. And your recent book is, freedom, justice, and decolonization. But what should Jews know about race in America, and how that can be part of the solution?
Well, first, thank you for inviting me to be part of this group. And there are several things. One thing that's really striking me is what Michelle was saying, because one of the things that people don't understand in the United States is that the United States tends to treat its way of thinking about things as the only way things are. So, and not only in terms of the way we do it today, but even in the past. So for instance, my childhood in the Bronx in New York City, that was a period where there were just Shoah survivors all over the place. You would see them with their tattoos, etc. None of those people, none of them call themselves white. And so what's striking is there's a mediating period in which whiteness as an investment affected Jewish identity in the United States. And a lot of it is through the activism of neoconservatives, to be frank, because they really pitted a certain Jewish identity premised upon membership in the United States as white people. The complicated part, of course, is very young Jews. So exactly what Michelle described is right on point. Very young Jews right now are becoming more fed up with that investment in whiteness. And I began to see the seeds of that when I was teaching at Brown University. When I was teaching at Brown University in the 90s, I was invited by a student to come to a meeting of the Jews of Color Club. And by the way, some of the listeners may wonder why we say Jews of color. We didn't always say Jews of color. We used to just say we're Jews. It's just that the people of color designation began to develop in the late 80s into the 90s. And as there became a trenchant investment in whiteness, there was an effort to create a more inclusive understanding of Jews who are not white. But I use that in a very qualified way, because I just mentioned there were all of these Eastern European Shoah survivors who were adamant they were not white, you see? So when we talk about whiteness and we talk about race in Judaism, it's far more complicated. The other part that's a little tricky there is what a lot of America, because the United States is hegemonic, because it dominates, whoever is in its minority groups tend to dictate the identity of the groups across the globe. So for instance, if you go to all across Africa, or you go across the Caribbean, or you go across Europe, and you meet Black people, there are a lot of them are using the language of the United States today because the United States is a world power. Prior to that, they used the language of Britain. Prior to that, you can see as you follow the empires. Well, this is the same thing with Jews. Whichever Jews are in whatever empire, they become the image of the Jews. And I always remind people that their Jews aren't the Jews. They just believe they are. So for instance, when we bring up Jews in the Caribbean, a lot of Jewish communities in the Caribbean did not practice any conversion. You were just born Jewish, that was it. And within that framework, it was a very racialized Jewish identity. And it's hard for many people to understand here because people think of race in morphologically black and white terms. They don't understand what it means to be a member of a diverse race, you see? So right now, there are synagogues in the Caribbean that are conducting conversion, but a lot of that is connected to a lot of American Jewish activism. The other part that's complicated is that Jews, the history of Jews, is intimately connected with the history of race. And a lot of Jewish intellectual and political history has been an effort to distance Jews from that history. And what do I mean by that? Well, a lot of people, the viewers may not know that the history of the term race actually began in Andalusia, in the Iberian Peninsula. And the term from reza, and the term was meant to refer to, get this, dogs, horses, breeds of dogs, horses, Jews, and Moors. And Moors are Afro-Muslims, okay? So it meant that the very formation of race was linked with Jews. And a lot of the great activists throughout history for the transformation of race, such as Franz Boas, all the way to Ashley Montagu, these were Jews. And a lot of the blacks that people think about, they don't realize were also Jews. So that's part of the history. But the United States had a lore. And the lore is that your religious identity can be protected so long as you are white. And so for Jews who could pass or to be light enough, the idea was that you could protect Jewish religion, Judaism, but get American citizenship through whiteness. So that is one of the ways in which neoconservative came in as a lore, because it really pushed the idea of Jewish whiteness. The other part, but if I go back to that story when I was at Brown, when I was invited to go to this meeting of Jews of color, I said, cool. So I expected to go into a room of, 15 or 20 of us, because as we said, we also have our misperceptions of each other. I walked into a room of 300 students. Now, really think about that. It's an Ivy League school. It has a small overall population. For that many Jews to be there under the category Jews of color tells you a lot. And it turns out, and even when I thought about it, my first seminar, 8/10 of the students in there were, 9/10 of the students were of color, 8/10 of the students were Jewish. And they didn't take it because they knew the professor is Jewish. They were just taking a class. So there's a lot that people don't know about Jewish people, not only among each other, but also the misrepresentations that are presented of us. And a crucial thing about this investment in whiteness, and I just want to connect it to one other thing, I should put it on the table. I'm a critic of the concept of white privilege. And people may be shocked to hear this, but it's part of the language that was pushed from McIntosh and other people. But the problem is, if you look at the things that people refer to as privileges, they are actually a lot of things that a lot of people should have. People should be treated properly if they're pulled over by the police. They should have access to good schools. They should have health care. We have a long list of things people should have. The issue isn't that white people have them. The issue is that white people are blocking other people from having those. A lot of those things are actually rights. However, there is something that is peculiar around whites, and that occasions a conversation like this, and it's white license. You see, license basically tells you that you have a pass no matter what transgression you make. That's why you could have white people lynch black or Jewish or even light-skinned Jewish people and pose for the pictures and get away with it. Because license basically says you can do whatever you want to that group of people. That police officer who put his knee on George Floyd for 8 minutes and 46 seconds was doing it not as a privilege, but as a license. He presumed that he was not the enforcer of the law. He presumed he was the law. And under that kind of a framework, this is what some people who are fighting to maintain racism do. because for them, it is absolutely true that the hatred of blacks is linked to the hatred of Jews. That's absolutely true. But the other part, and the final part I want to just say very quickly, is we also should rethink the language of interests. One of the things we learned from Judaism is we're supposed to do the right things because they're right. On the liberalism and on the liberal political ways of looking at things, you do it out of your self-interest. Now, there is self-interest, but ultimately there were a lot of Jews, and I'm not talking about black Jews now, I'm talking about also European Jews who put their lives on the line because they were doing it for what's right. And there are those who have never left that struggle.
Yeah, and let me add to that too, and I'll say that we talk about again this who is a Jew, and I'll say one of my earliest memories with Robin, because we both have this history as journalists. We had a minion at the National Association of Black Journalists. We managed to find 10 other Black Jews when we were there, and we had our own little mini.
It was actually.
Yeah, exactly. So. But speaking about, where we come from, where we live and the populations, look at the Brookings Institute did a study, with the census, and we have this idea of, the blacks are in more urban areas than they are in suburban areas. But with this study the Brookings Institute did of the nation's 20th largest metro areas, we have found that really it's decreasing. The number of blacks in urban areas is decreasing. For example, the percentage of the Detroit area's black residents living in the city of Detroit dropped by 16%. Other major cities home to large black populations like New York, Chicago, which is my original hometown, Los Angeles, DC, Oakland, they have all experienced these large drops in black populations as we all go out to the suburbs. And so, these suburbs still of American cities are kind of seen as this bastion of white middle class families. We hear certain politicians talking about, courting the suburban, housewife of America, assuming that this is the white America, right in the suburbs. So Michelle, I'm gonna turn to you again because I live in the suburbs, you live in the suburbs, and your school district is highly diverse with this critical mass of both blacks and Jews. The boundaries around it, and this is Minnesota, it's still also extremely white. But what would you say in terms of with your background being educational policy and all of that, so what impact does where we live and where we are have on education, on housing? So what are some of those patterns that you're observing with Jewish families?
Sure. Well, so it is interesting. In Minnesota, unlike some other states, we have a system of open enrollment. So, where you live used to be tied to where you went to school, right? So if you wanted to change schools, you had to physically relocate to a different community. So I went through this as a child. My parents wanted to move me out of the city under the auspices of the schools weren't as good, right? And we had to physically buy a house in the suburbs in order to be able to make that happen. Well, then students of color and their families from the city sued to be able to have choice. And so because of course, the money for schools is tied to property taxes. So these two things, at least in Minnesota, are tied very closely together. Property taxes and schools and quality of schools are tied together. And of course, communities where there are large numbers of people of color in the past in Minneapolis have tended to be urban environments, right? And then also related to lower quality of schools. Now, that's not necessarily true, but that's the stereotype that has been promoted for lots of reasons. Well, I think then the foresight that we didn't see is the fact that as more people open enrolled and made choices to physically live in one location but send their children to schools in different locations, is that we're now starting to see realtors who will sell houses to people. So I live in a place where my children are in what's called Hopkins School District. As you mentioned, it's 42% kids of color. We have a Black superintendent. 4 out of 6 principals of our elementary schools are now people of color, right? Our new high school principal is a woman of color. She's diversifying our leadership staff so that it more accurately reflects our student body, right? And as that's happening, what's been interesting is to see realtors sell houses that are zoned for Hopkins School District, but say, don't worry, you don't have to send your kids there. You can open enroll them to the almost 90% white community that's right next door, called Minnetonka, right? I live in Minnetonka. That's where Adatha Shern is, but I'm in the part of Minnetonka zone to go to Hopkins, not to Minnetonka, on purpose, by the way, let me just say. So the point here that I want to make is that in Minnesota, we have lots of choices for Jewish families. We have a Jewish day school. We have actually a charter school that's a Hebrew immersion school without a religious component, which many people like. They don't necessarily want the religious component in the school, but they want the language, right? We have public schools, private schools. We have all these options. And conservative Jewish families, for different reasons, whether it's, working status of the parents or economics, are very diverse in their choice. But the pattern that I have become concerned about in the last 5 years is the pattern that I saw with my son's class at his Jewish preschool, which is my son was the only student from his preschool class where he went to the actual public school that he was zoned for. Now, I'm not talking about people who chose to send their kids to private school or to the Jewish day school. I'm talking about they chose another public school district, the one that I mentioned earlier, that's right next door, rather than sending their children to the one that they were zoned for. And the most interesting reason that I'm starting to see is for Spanish immersion. So Hopkins didn't have a Spanish immersion program, but Minnetonka did. And I found this choice really interesting because I was like, so we're not choosing a Hebrew component. We're not choosing, something related to Jewish culture or something like that. They're choosing to put their kids in a Spanish program. And then when I said, oh, do you have Ladino speaking people in your family, or do you have a Spanish, like a cultural, are there some people from either Spain or South Central America in your family? And that's why I said, and then the response was, no, I want them to be able to order in Spanish when we go on vacation in Mexico. That is disturbing to me because then that's a way of, where a kid goes to school in kindergarten is highly likely they're going to stay there unless there's a major problem. And I was concerned about the number of Jews who now are choosing, quote, Spanish or under the auspices of this very white school district. And not for nothing, this particularly very white school district also has a very long history of anti-Semitic behaviors and events happening in the school, right? Viral videos going on of girls doing the Hail Hitler sign to ask their boyfriend to the Sadie Hawkins dance. I mean, these very viral, long-standing anti-Semitic events that have gone on, and Jews are choosing to put their kids in that school rather than to put them in the one they're zoned for. And logically, the only conclusion we can come to is because the current classroom they're zoned for is a little too diverse, right? And no one will say it, but we know that that's what it is. And so that's very concerning to me. Again, that's my generation of Jews making this choice. It's not the older ones and it's not the younger ones, actually. And so I'm not quite sure what to do about that, but it's a very interesting pattern and one that deeply disturbs me.
And I could jump in there for one.
Yeah.
I just wanted to give a quick reaction, which was that, yes, I agree with you. You should be concerned for your generation. I'm concerned for your generation. I think you're my daughter's age, but I'm fine with her. She's doing great. But and her values are fantastic, as are yours. But you know what? I really wouldn't worry about those kids in the class. And Sheree and Lewis know that I'm hardly the greatest optimist in the world. But in this case, if they take 4, 5, 6 years of Spanish, let alone 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, they're going to come out doing better than just ordering off the menu. Okay?
No,
Their lives are going
absolutely.
to change.
And
And so
you're
whatever
right.
their parents want to do, they'll probably have some very choice words for them in Spanish.
I think Michelle's point, though, is connected to a larger problem we're dealing with race, which is that there are Jews who, when they invest in whiteness,
Right.
would rather hang out among Nazis than Black people.
Right. So,
and that is really.
right.
But I want to be the minuscule optimist that as much as I could be to say that you're exactly right, Lewis. When Jews invest in whiteness, it's not a good thing, but it backfires.
And that may be true. Right, but this, like, for example, that where our high school stands, there's literally 4 synagogues right around that high school, and there's 2 more within 10 minutes driving distance, right?
I mean, you're going through it now, so I totally appreciate it.
Right. So I mean, I'm glad that you are an optimist, and I am too. But I'm just saying that this is becoming a pattern of where we're not being honest about the reasons why we're making the choices we are. So when I ask questions like, you know, what are the reasons for choosing Spanish, you know, or what are the reasons, there are non-Spanish options as well. What are the reasons why you're choosing that classroom? I hear things like academic rigor, right? These coded terms in education that we know that it's not really about quality, because the data shows us white kids in the one district score the same as white kids in the other. It's not, they're not getting any better education in one district or the other. The kids are coming out relatively the same, right? And so then it's this other coded sort of thing we're not going to talk about, which is, you know, now my children's classroom, they may not be the majority, right? Their classrooms are looking, people will say, well, it's not the same as when I was growing up there. It doesn't look the same as when I was growing up there. Well, what does that mean? Visually, it means you went from a majority white classroom to now your classroom is very diverse, and that's why you're choosing to take your child out of it. And
well, I'm gonna say too, Michelle, that because I actually live in Maple Grove, two suburbs north of Minnetonka. Once upon a time, I did live in Minnetonka, and we have my children, the very few Black students when they were in elementary school, 0 teachers of color, K through 12, 0. Where we're at, and the number of the Black students were also reduced because of some of the Black families. They open enrolled their students into Hopkins.
Yeah,
and that's because of the number of Black students, right? We want to be, in some ways, around some of the other people who look like us.
Yeah.
And so that also want to get into that with these housing covenants, right? Once upon a time, we lived in certain areas as Blacks and as Jews because we had to, we were forced to, we were not allowed to live in other areas. And so, you know, so really, you know, as these housing covenants lifted, they lifted first for Jews who were able to, I'm gonna say, assimilate more into white culture, right? Than Blacks were able to, and in that way. And again, it was just years later before the covenants on Blacks were lifted. And Robin, you know a little bit about that. Your parents, there's an interesting story, right, with your parents in one of their homes, in terms of housing covenants. So if you could tell us a little bit kind of about that and how housing also is this bridge to wealth. You know, also we want to look at that.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
So let me attempt to share my screen because it will tell you everything you need to know. Let's see if it works. All right, do you guys see that? It says rider. Yes? Okay.
Yep.
So, and let's see if I can make it bigger. Here we go. All right. It is understood that the purchasers are buying this property knowing, is misspelled, that there are covenants of record against the sale of said property to Negroes. Dated at Chicago. I didn't say Montgomery. I didn't say Birmingham. Chicago, Illinois, this day of February 1953. And it is signed by the seller there. And it is signed by my father, the purchaser, and my mother, the purchaser also. And let's see if I can go back to the regular screen. Stop share. There we go. All right. If that did not, if you've never seen one of those before, it should astound you. I'm going at white people and scaring them. Sorry, it's just one of my habits. So this is in my mother's papers, which I have, and there are many documents like this. Again, she was a very active civil rights, really indeed a leader. I hesitate calling people a leader because everybody in the Black community, even allied Jews who are married into Black families who are not themselves Black, are called leaders. But in this case, she was an officer of the Congress of Racial Equality and of the NAACP in Chicago. She
your mother was a
went out
white
looking
Jew,
for,
right, Robin? So that people know that your mother was.
well, as Lewis would point out, she'd punch you in the face if you said that to her.
Okay.
And I would go back, by the way. I'm going to bring up this book a little bit later. I love it. It's called Wood's Natural History. It'll tell you all about where we got these racial ideas from. But trust me, in the 18 whatever, I can look at the date, 80s edition of Wood's Natural History, Jews would not have been considered white. And so it's not just Shoah survivors, it was American Jews and Finns. Here we are in northern Minnesota, and Finns are some of the lightest people you can find. They were specifically not white in 1920. So whiteness is a thing that comes and goes, and it can be doled out, and you can apply for it sometimes. I digress. The point was my mother used her white skin privilege. By the way, my mother and father grew up practically a mile from each other, same part of Chicago, the near north side. So the near north side was always integrated, but not every street was. And obviously Orleans Street, where our family home for the next 35 years was clearly not. And we were the first non-white family on the street. My mother went shopping for the home, and my father was a surprise, hence the rider. This is dated 1953. Shelley versus Kramer was a Supreme Court ruling that outlawed restrictive covenants, which I'll have to correct you, Sherry. It is, Jews didn't, maybe some people passed using white skin license, privilege, whatever you want to call it, but legally, you could legally say no Jews here until Shelley versus Kramer was decided by the Supreme Court in 1948. So this is 5 years after a court decision, all right? Imagine if 5 years after the decision on same-sex marriage, people were, well, they were. They were acting very silly about that, but the point was if somebody said you couldn't do it 5 years later, okay? So even though it is the law of the land that this is a piece of crap, it was there, it was signed by both parties. My parents wanted the house. There's a second piece I won't bother showing you, but it's the mortgage, and it shows that we put down 20%. I'm out. My father was a vet, a GI from World War II. In fact, he was an officer in the Tuskegee Airmen, was not a flyer. He did not go overseas, but he there's a famous picture of him at the National Memorial. He clearly would have been eligible for GI benefits. Indeed, he was for education. But Black GIs were specifically not allowed to participate in FHA housing benefits. That did not happen until the 1960s, 65 to be exact. And so that meant your 0% loan you got for being a person. In this case, it is privilege. This is handed to you. Here's your gift because you are white. Did not apply to Black people. Okay, so my family had to put down 20%. This is the same year my brother is born. Did that mean they delayed having him? Were they going to have 3 kids, not 2? Did they work harder? Did they try to borrow money from family members? Who knows? Where do we go to get that back? Granted, you know, everybody still has to pay the same amount, but well, not really, because they had to pay interest on the 20%, didn't they? So the reason I'm bringing this up, other than you asked me, is for anyone suggesting this is ancient history, this is my life. I'm the next generation, okay? And my mother, by the way, bought houses for many different people in Chicago, but you better believe there were houses that she couldn't see to. I hope we do have time as we go on for me to suggest some solutions. But I do want to throw out one real quick right now, which is because it's specific to what Jews can do. Isn't that what we're talking about tonight? Isn't this Selihot? Isn't this introspection time? Jewish organizations came out, not all of them, but a large number of them, more than it should have been, against the for the Baki decision. If those of you remember, the first major decision against affirmative action. And the logic was that there were quotas imposed against Jews at places like Middlebury College, where my mother went, indeed as one of 2 Jews allowed per year, and 2 blacks were also allowed, by the way. And so quotas had been used against Jews. Why? This is terrible, said organizations like the ADL, who I believe is still against the, is for backing that, but I got other issues that I can talk about. But the bottom line is, this was a big split in the 1980s between the Black and Jewish communities politically. The Jews did not support, at least the major organizations, affirmative action for African Americans. That later changed. Many of the organizations did change, but not all. I'm telling you what you can do. If you are in any of the top 50 major Jewish organizations, there's a conference of presidents of major Jewish organizations, look them up. And then there's a few that aren't allowed, look them up too. Find out what their status is and say enough of this nonsense. You are for affirmative action. You want to do something. Lastly, affirmative action never said quotas anyway. It said you had to expand the pool. There were parts of affirmative action that said that there were set-asides in construction contracts and things like that. But for the most part, it's about expanding the pool, all right? And that means that if you have a job opening, you actually interview people of color. And maybe there's a number that you put on that. And lastly, I want to go off on a little bit of a limb and say, before Jerry cuts me off, and say,
yeah, because what
was wrong with quotas anyway?
One of our topics on the list was about affirmative action, but it was going to be after the next topic. So we can kind of go jump ahead a little bit. And
but I want to draw a straight line between what you just looked at, and I can show it to you again, and where we are now. And affirmative action is a direct attempt to remedy the wrong that was done to my family. Mm-hmm. Jewish organizations have no business standing in the way of it.
And we've talked about, in general, we in America, right, these hiring initiatives that, a lot of companies may have in place, and we've seen a lot more of that now after the killing of George Floyd, and companies are more talking about that again, these diversity initiatives that have been around for a while that should have always have been there and never gone away. And, when I was a reporter at Fortune magazine, we started, one of the ideas that I proposed and that we were doing was, that we eventually did, was best companies for diversity. So that's a list that Fortune magazine still does right now. And kind of rating how good are you on different initiatives in terms of hiring practices or whatever it may be. And we see that also, as a side, we had the recent announcement, right, was the Oscars was talking about how in order to be nominated now for one of the best films, they want to see that you have a certain percentage of people of color working on that film. So yes, there are more things that any of us as individuals can do in terms of help putting forth various types of initiatives in our own workplace and our own organizations. So again, as Jews, we are also people, right, in society. And there are many different ways in terms of doing this. And I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit more, because one of the topics we talked about also, again, with Robin and I being in the newsrooms, how does the media perpetuate this idea of race in America, and in terms of kind of what we see. So when we saw during the whole George Floyd protest and all the other protests that were going on nationwide, there were journalists of color who you would see on air. There was like the CNN journalist Omar Jimenez, who was arrested on air. And we heard about how his co-worker a block away was not, same protest, in Minneapolis. And this kind of raises, again, more questions about having more faces of color, in newsrooms to cover, stories like this, but yet still they are still Black in America or Latino in America, whatever that might be. So looking at that, Louis, I'm going to kind of jump to you a little bit in terms of, also, can we see this in higher education as well, right? So Fortune magazine said that there are 5 Black CEOs currently in the Fortune 500 companies. So that was according to the 2020 list that just came out. So the peak was 6 in 2012. So overall, there have been only 18 Black CEOs since 1999, when Fortune magazine kind of started tracking this. No, and overall, not just when they're tracking it, it's overall, that's how many that there has been. So in higher education, we see similar numbers in terms, I'll say all 4 of us have taught in higher ed. I was a tenure track at a university in the Midwest for a short while. And so the top universities, the Inside Higher Education publication reported that last year that a mere 6% of professors are Black. Mm-hmm. As a tenured professor, Louis, you're among that 6%. So why is it important to increase the number of African-American faculty, in particular as well?
Yeah, there are several things. I muted my mic before, so the noise wouldn't interrupt everybody. There are several things I'd like to bring up to get to that point. The first thing is, earlier when I spoke about privilege and license, one of the things to bear in mind is that a privilege can be a good thing. For instance, it's a privilege of ours to be able to address each other in our community right now. The problem is that license can be connected to something that nobody should have. Nobody should have the right to kill people randomly. Nobody should, in some cases, have the right to kill people at all. And so one of the important things about the distinguishing privileges from license is that people can meet together to fight against anybody having a certain license. And I bring that up because one of the big problems in the history of the United States is there's a preference for moralizing race discourses instead of dealing with racism as what it is, which is a political issue. And the effort to attack the question of political action has been a hallmark of this country's history, but particularly over the past 50 years. Now, what do I mean by that? If we go back earlier to what Michelle was saying, Michelle focused on schools. But one of the things we have to bear in mind is that an urban center is not necessarily a city. A city is a place where citizenship can occur. And by citizenship, I'm not talking about the legal designation, I'm talking about the political activity. When you look at the militarization of urban centers in this country, its goal is to take away the political effectiveness of people in cities. And this was a situation in the midst of this militarization that turned cities into, in effect, Disney World. If you look at the way people think of urban centers today, they're like places of entertainment. And as places of entertainment, they become increasingly expensive, and many people of color are pushed out of them. So this is connected also to some of the stuff we were saying about how we think about communities when we talk about urban and suburban and exurbs. But now when we come to the question of universities, it's a similar issue. The similar issue is that there are people who want to change the players, but not the game. Mm-hmm. And the problem is, what they don't understand is that the game is designed to create certain kinds of players. If you pick gender as an example, there are places where if they're designed to exclude women, a female who's put in is expected to be a male in a female's body. And so a similar phenomenon comes in, and that's why it tends to have the exceptions model. Because the first thing that happens in many places of higher education is not about the quality of scholarship or the work of many Black scholars. The number one issue when it comes to hiring Black academics is whether the whites around them feel comfortable. You see what I mean? A white academic could be hired as being the most brazen schmuck out there, and they would just talk about how good his or her work is. But when it comes to a Black academic, it's how does he or she behave? And this is a crucial issue. So the question is, there's several things. When I was, I've been in situations where the issue was to increase the numbers, but I also fought to change the game. And this is really crucial because what I'd actually argued, and this shocked a lot of people in some of the places I've worked with, I actually argued that maintaining white homogeneity makes a place mediocre. In other words, and this shocks white people because they're not used to Black people calling them mediocre. But the fact of the matter is, what is involved for most Black people to be in that position are criteria, are standards that many white people cannot actually meet. And so because of that those double, quadruple, whatever standards may be, it's very important then for there to be a critical mass to begin to change the sociology of how such institutions are run. And so it is important for that to happen, but it is only part of the story. The larger story is to develop a different sociology in terms of what the institutions are trying to do, how they function. Black people, for instance, and many people want to be parts of learning communities, not communities that are designed in structure to keep certain people out. And learning communities have a very different ethic. It's a similar thing comes down to shuls. Right?
I hate to interrupt, but I just want to make one point because I'm just so thankful.
Let me add Michelle first. We have like 2 minutes left.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really quick. Yep. So the thing I just want to say before I sign off is that I often tell stories that are negative, right? About, we need Jews to be doing more, this or that or whatever. I do want to end just on a note of optimism to say that I agree completely. So what can Jews do? Jews can be allies in terms of changing the game, what you're talking about, Louis. Jews can be allies in terms of saying that regardless of anything else, Black Lives Matter. Yes, we have some other problems with the platform, but Black Lives Matter because the murder of Black people in broad daylight is wrong. And as you said earlier, Louis, it's wrong because it's wrong, right? It's not wrong because it's political. It's wrong. We're saying this as Jews because it's wrong, period. That our morality tells us it's right from wrong. So I do want to end by saying that there are plenty of Jews that do that, but we need to empower them to be more assertive in this, right? And supportive in this. So I just want to throw that out there. Now I'm done.
Right. Yeah, and part of what then I want to add in terms of be a good segue for wrapping up is, again, all of these topics, again, are part of all of our lives individually, right? Housing, education, jobs, and we are a part of that society as individuals. And what we want to see is for you can make change wherever you are in terms of, whatever you can do in your own organization. So speak up, speak out, speak often. And that's one of the most important parts. Don't be afraid of the phrase Black Lives Matter because every life is important. So with that, thank you.
Sheree, thank you so much. And many thanks also to Dr. Louis Gordon, to Robin Washington, to Dr. Michelle Kuehl. Really, thank you to all four of you for spending the evening with us. And giving us both a really important perspective from among our community, folks whose voices we do not hear enough and need to listen to and hear more so that we can be an inclusive and caring community to everybody who's part of us. I do know that the RA and USCJ were very proud to be signers of that letter in the New York Times, because we do believe that Black Lives Matter, and that this is one of the great challenges for our society and, quite frankly, for our Jewish community as well, to really think about what that means and how we're going to value those lives and also value every person who's part of our community and part of our society, and create a society that truly is just. You've raised so many important issues and concerns, ways of and pieces of your own personal experiences that so many of us need to hear, those stories, so that we can be partners together in making the changes that you've talked about for ourselves, for our families, for that next generation that you expressed such concern about. So really, thank you to all four of you for bringing those perspectives and your wisdom to us this evening. And now it's a pleasure for us to turn to our next guest, our next keynote speaker, Dr. Bradley Shavit Artson. He is the Abner and Roslyn Dean's Chair of the Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies at American Jewish University in Los Angeles. He's also the Dean of the Zacharias Frankel College in Berlin. He's also associated with our movement. And we're so pleased, Rabbi Artson, to have you with us this evening. You are a wonderful partner, friend, mentor, and teacher to me and to so many others in our movement. And as well, just a wonderful teacher and leader for us. And we're looking forward to your words this evening on love, God's greatest attribute and ours. Thank you, Dr. Artson and Rabbi Artson, for being with us. And we're looking forward to your presentation this evening.
I'm muted.
You're set.
Okay, can you hear me now?
You can.
Very nice. Okay, so hello everybody, and I'm happy that we get to spend some time together tonight. This is always for me an auspicious time of year. One of the things that I think is extraordinary about the whole high holiday season is the paradox that God, who is always accessible, always answering prayer, is yet somehow more readily accessible now. It's as if the membrane that separates the two realms gets thinner. It's that maybe God is closer to us in some metaphoric way, we're closer to God, or maybe emotionally, as we get closer and closer to the orbit of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, that our hearts break open and we become available in ways that we might not otherwise be. One of the ways to notice that is tonight we're observing Selihot, and Selihot means forgiveness. Normally, when you start a trial, the person who is accused doesn't know whether they're going to be found guilty or innocent, and it takes the entire trial to be able to sort that out. You have to submit the evidence, you have to make the case for and against. You present the worst possible interpretation and the most generous interpretation. But the Jewish trials of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, in which we are judged who shall live and who shall die, begin with a declaration of forgiveness. And that, I think, is something that Jews often underestimate. The weight of our tradition is on God's love, not on vengeance, not on anger, not on other attributes that get thrown our way, but so firmly are we convinced that God's primary attribute is chesed, is love, that we name the launch of the penitential season after it. Imagine if the trial started with the judge turning to the accused and saying, "You're innocent, now let's have the trial." And what that would shift is the notion of why take responsibility. What does it mean to own your own actions and to be able to say that we can make different choices down the road? And that's what I want us to explore, because the paradox of Jewish wisdom is that because we know we can rely on God's love and God's forgiveness, to that degree precisely we're able to mobilize the courage to change, to be different than we were before, to be better than we were before. It's not the threat of withholding love that makes people change their ways. It's the knowledge that the love is certain. And then it becomes possible to take risk. It becomes possible to grow into who you know you're meant to be, because you know you can count on the support that's going to get you there. Now, I've put together a couple texts that I want to be able to share with you. Some of you I know have access to the link that was sent out by the Cantors Assembly and the Rabbinical Assembly and United Synagogue. So if you have that document, please feel free to pull it out now. I'm going to share the screen, which means we're not going to see each other in quite the same way, but I want us to be able to read this text together. So here we go. And that should give us the ability to take a look at this document together. So you have it in the Hebrew and in the English, and it'll give us a chance to look at some really beautiful texts that speak about the importance of chesed. So before I get into the text, I want to say something about the word chesed itself. You know, it's said that Eskimos have 2 words for snow. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't speak the language of the Northwestern Native Americans, but I do want to speak to the fact that Jews have lots of words for love. We have words for erotic love. We have words for lust. We have words for covenantal love. And chesed is, in the Tanakh and for the rabbis, the pinnacle of those kinds of love. It's a love that is manifest in behavior. So sometimes when in English you speak of love, you're speaking about an emotion. But the emotion doesn't necessarily manifest in behavior or even in words. That's not this kind of love. I suppose in Hebrew you can have ahava, love, and not show it to someone. But chesed is as chesed does. The ability to show chesed is its key. And interestingly, in the interface between English and Hebrew, chesed had an unusual role to play. When the King James Commission was translating the Bible from Hebrew and Greek into that beautiful, beautiful English that is the King James Bible, when they came to the word chesed, they realized there was no English word that precisely conveyed chesed. And so they had to take 2 English words and ram them together at full speed. Loving kindness. And loving kindness is how chesed appears in the King James Bible. It's love that is manifest in acts of kindness. And chesed can exist between God and people, and it can exist between different people, Jews and Gentiles, Jews and Jews. It's the love that changes how we behave. And so let's, as we enter this penitential season, let's think about what that kind of love can do in our own lives, what that kind of love can do in our communities, and how we all deserve it. Frankly, we all deserve the kind of love that is chesed. So let's start with this passage from Jeremiah. It's one of my favorite passages from one of my favorite prophets. Ko amar Adonai, al yitchalel hacham b'hochmato, ve'al yitchalel hagibur b'givurato, ve'al yitchalel asher ba'ashro. So thus says God. And then God offers us things not to do. This is not in the translation. I apologize. Right? So it starts off, don't glorify in your wisdom. The wise should not glory in their wisdom. And the mighty should not glory in their might. And the wealthy should not glorify in their wealth. Now, what's striking about these 3 traits, wisdom, might, and wealth, is that they can be acquired. All of them take some degree of effort, some degree of focus, some kind of determination. And then with all three, there are things you can acquire. You can become more mighty over time. You can certainly become wiser over time, or at least more knowledgeable. And you can become wealthier over time. But the other thing that's true about all of these traits is that they can be taken away too. Many are the people who lose their wisdom. Some for medical reasons, some for biography reasons, some because they don't use their wisdom, and like anything we don't use, it can melt away. Our might, some of us lose that because of the aging process. Some of us never really had it. Some of us can have our might taken from us, and certainly with wealth as well. And what's striking is that Jeremiah is assuming, I think, that these are the things that people commonly feel proud of themselves for. This is what puffs us up. This is what Yit Halal makes us feel proud. Now, I want to be clear. What Jeremiah is not doing is saying we don't have the right to feel pride. There are things that God, through Jeremiah, is going to tell us we absolutely should feel proud of. They're, in fact, things that God feels proud of when God looks at us, but not the things most people feel proud about. Don't feel so puffed up and important because of your social status or your physical abilities or your ability to dominate others, either militarily or economically. That doesn't do much for God, and it shouldn't do much for us as well. Ki im bezot yithalel, but rather in this one should take pride. So again, it's not that you shouldn't be proud of something, it's that you got to be proud of the things that actually are worth pride. Haskel v'yodea oti, those who know me, ki ani Adonai oseh chesed mishpat utzedakah ba'aretz, ki be'ele chafatzti ne'um Adonai. So here's the things you should feel really proud of. You should feel proud of knowing me, of understanding me. And the prophet uses two different words for that. Haskel is related to haskalah, to enlightenment, right? So there's a kind of knowing that leads to self-transcendence. And that's one kind of knowing. And the other is Yodea. And it's no one less than Maimonides who points out that Yodea, related to Da'at, has a kind of relational quality. It's what Adam did with Chava. He knew his wife, and in that sense, the sexual relation ideally is one of intuitive connection, of deepening relationship, of greater commitment. And those are the ways we're supposed to know God. We're supposed to have this kind of haskalah, this enlightenment, aha, amazing, I get it. And we're supposed to be able to have this da'at, this know because we're connecting, know because we're relating. In the relationship comes knowing. That's something we should glory in, and that's something we can work on. And then to me, what's striking is what follows. You might think that at this season where we're going to open up, there are so many prayers for the High Holy Days that it has to have its own prayer book, a machzor. It's not enough to carry the normal prayer book for the year. It needs its own volumes. Some people have even a separate machzor for Rosh Hashanah and a separate volume for Yom Kippur. That's how many prayers we're going to do. And there are all kinds of ritual rules and all kinds of laws, all of which I love and find deeply beautiful. But it turns out that's not what God goes on to talk about when saying, here's how you know that you have enlightenment and that you're relating to me. You know me when you understand these things. Oseh chesed, mishpat, utzedakah. The doing of chesed, loving kindness, mishpat, justice, tzedakah, righteousness. If you do those things, that's what delights God. And I want to highlight for you that the translation of chafatzti as delight is kind of a PG translation. Chafatzti has a kind of erotic charge. This is what makes God hot. This is what gets God sweaty under the collar, is kindness, justice, righteousness. Right? And so we are at our most godlike when we resonate to that. Again, I want to remind us to know that on two levels. To know it on the level of haskalah, the kind of spontaneous enlightenment of, oh, I get it. The rituals are precious and beautiful to the degree that they deliver us to an elevated character and consciousness. They're not just ends in themselves. God doesn't want obedience just for the sake of obedience. The point of the obedience is the kind of humanity that it can train and cultivate and allow us to become. And that's to be people who put at the top of our list loving kindness, justice, and righteousness. And I'd like to suggest that loving kindness is the mode that we treat others with. That being able to show that we love our fellow humans by the behavior, by what we do with them, certainly with our families, that we can show them our love, not by saying, I love you, but they can see it by the way we help out and the way we are compassionate and decent and patient and forgiving, the way we're willing to do the work of transforming ourselves. All of that falls under the rubric of chesed, of loving kindness. Justice, mishpat, the symbol of mishpat is, of course, the equal scales. Justice is about equity. Justice is about making sure that everybody has a fair shot at life, that everybody is given the same benefits of the doubt and the same ability to thrive and to make their mark and to hone their own talents. And righteousness, I think, is about individual decency. It's about making sure that we hold ourselves to the same standards we demand of others, that we look at the kind of language we use when we converse, we look at the ways we treat other people, and that we expect of ourselves the same high standards of goodness and decency that we would want others to be treating us with as well. So that's the prophet Jeremiah, and I want you to hold on to that. I want you to take that with you into this journey through the High Holy Days, because really what we have here is a sense of what should the day be about? What is it aiming for? And if we can, at the end of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, emerge with a greater sense of the Kadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, as an embodiment of our ideal of chesed and mishpat and tzedakah, of loving kindness and justice and righteousness, then that will give us the power to transform ourselves in the light of that cluster. That's what we should feel proud of. How about if a year from now, we are all of us markedly greater in our demonstrations of loving kindness and justice and righteousness, and then we can delight in those things in ourselves just the way God does. Okay. Next thing I want to move on to, and those of you who have learned with me in the past know that this is straining every bone of my teacherly body. I never just give frontal presentations. Normally we would be having a back and forth and a conversation. So I apologize for the miracle of this technology that lets us connect at all, and for its limitation, and that we can't have the kind of back and forth that I look forward to being able to have with you once this pandemic ends and we can actually learn in person again. The next one is from the Talmud, from Masechet Sukkah, and I'm going to do it in the English. You have it in the Hebrew if you want, but I'm aware of the time and I want to be sure we get through all of this. So the rabbis are comparing and contrasting two different virtues, both of which were on the list before. The first is Gemilut Chasadim, which is acts of loving kindness. But you'll see that in Gemilut Chasadim is Chasadim, which is chesed in the plural. So multiple acts of loving kindness, and tzedakah, which here the rabbis are taking not just broadly as tzedek, as justice, but in the modern connotation, more modern connotation of charity. Charity not from the caritas, which is gifts you want to give to those who are suffering or lacking. That is not tzedakah. Tzedakah isn't a free will offering, it's an obligation. Jews who observe Jewish law have an obligation to give tzedakah. We are obligated and commanded to care for the widow and the orphan and the poor and the stranger in our midst. That is a religious obligation, a mitzvah, no less than any other mitzvah and greater than many. But here what the rabbis are doing is they're setting up a mental experiment. Which is better if you had to pick one or the other? Is loving kindness superior to charity, or is charity superior to loving kindness? And look with me at what they say. Charity can be performed only with one's money, but loving kindness with one's person and one's money. Okay, so that's one way in which loving kindness is superior. Tzedakah, you write a check and you've done it, right? And we've often seen that with the best of intentions, and tzedakah can change and improve the world. But when you think about the amount of sacrifice that it takes to be able to write a check as opposed to give of one's time and oneself, for many of us, it's the giving of time and self that would actually require the greater effort and the greater sacrifice. For many years when I would speak with USY, with our teen groups, or go to Camp Ramah around the country and speak to people slightly older, the staff at Camp Ramah, I would talk about my son Jacob and what I learned from his community. Jacob has a pretty severe form of autism. And the thing about what USYers can be doing for people with autism is they need buddies. They need people who see them not as objects of charity, but as human beings. And that's something a 16-year-old can do. A 16-year-old can spend time with a 16-year-old who has autism and be a buddy. And that's something their parents can't do for them. It's not about writing a check. It's about being a human in the face of another human. But how many people think seriously about who could use just time? Just not to do something, to get something done, to check it off a list, but how many people go through their day never being seen as a human being? How many shut-ins? How many people with special needs? How many, all kinds of. So in that sense, I've seen with my own eyes the ways that loving kindness can be greater than charity, because it involves one's person and it is the gift of humanity to another human being. Charity can be given only to the poor, loving kindness to the rich and to the poor, right? If someone is in need of funds, then what they need is funds. But there are all kinds of ways in which people who have extensive financial resources can still be in terrible need. They can need guidance or counsel for how to organize their life, or how to reconnect a shattered family, or how to recover from a tragedy, or to help them lift up out of loneliness, right? And in that way as well, loving kindness is something that pertains to every human being, not simply to those who are impoverished. And then finally, charity can be given to the living only, but loving kindness can be given to the living and to the dead. Now, we all know that in our own lives in different ways, right? The dead no longer need tzedakah. They no longer need someone to pay for anything. But what they do rely on us for is for us to continue to care for the people they've loved, or to be able to help the causes that inspired them in their own lifetime. I think about my in-laws who are deceased every time I see my brother-in-law and his family, and I think that, of course, I love seeing them as an end in itself, but I also think this is something I can do for Abba and Ima. They would want us to all stay connected, even though they're no longer here. And so there's another way in which loving kindness pertains both to the living and to the dead. Rabbi Eliezer further stated, one who executes charity and justice is as though having fulfilled the whole world with kindness. As it says, God loves charity and justice, and the earth is full of the loving kindness of the Holy One. Now, I want to work with you to show you how the rabbis are constructing this thought. He makes a claim, and then he needs to find a biblical verse to prove it with. And his claim is that a person who does charity and justice is the equivalent of having filled the world with loving kindness. That's a big claim, right? In a sense, what he's saying is that loving kindness can be broken down to a combination of charity and justice, and that doing those things has a ripple effect out in the world, not just for the immediate recipient of your charity or your justice, but that it creates an environment in which we all think of that as normal, and that can fill the world. But it's not enough to make a logical argument for that. For the rabbis to buy it, there has to be a scriptural argument for it, and here's the argument that he offers. He offers this verse, and look at what the verse does. In the first part of the phrase, it asserts that God loves charity and justice. The second part of the phrase says that the earth is full of the loving kindness of God. What's the connection between the second phrase and the first phrase? The way Rabbi Eliezer is asking us to understand it is that they each are a commentary to the other. That loving charity and justice fills the world with loving kindness, right? And so he's now picked a verse that has exactly what he said, that charity and justice is like filling the world with kindness. And now you have a biblical verse that is equating the two by having the one immediately after the other, right? And that's good enough for him. And then the rabbis want to preclude a possible misunderstanding. Lest you say that whoever wishes to do good will succeed without difficulty, Scripture explicitly says, how precious is your loving kindness, O God, right? And the word is yakar, which is precious, but also dear, expensive, difficult, right? So this verse establishes that you shouldn't expect to do acts of loving kindness easily necessarily. That for many of us, it actually takes work. It takes determination. It takes sacrifice to do good in the world. And so we're warned ahead of time that this acts of chesed, of loving kindness, are yakar. They are dear, meaning expensive, precious, hard to come by. But then he also they don't want to push us away from these acts of kindness. And so the rabbis go on to say, one might say that this applies even to someone who has fear of God, reverence of God. And in this case, Scripture expressly says, but the loving kindness of the Holy One is from everlasting to everlasting upon those that fear God. So I want to say a couple things about this last part, because it's not self-evident what they're really talking about. Fear of God doesn't mean sitting and trembling, right? The Hebrew yirah is much more akin to the English word revere or awe. So someone who has real awe for God, that's who we're talking about with fearing God. So let's run through it and think, what does that mean? What do you expect to be true of someone who reveres God? Well, at its best, you would hope that that would mean someone who sees the big picture, someone who's able to separate out the ephemeral day-to-day from the long-term goal, someone who thinks in terms of eternity, right? And someone who thinks in terms of divine values. And so what he's saying to us is, yes, there is indeed a burden to doing acts of goodness, acts of loving kindness. But if you are truly able to make yourself Yirei Hashem, someone who is revering God and in awe of God, then you won't notice how difficult it is. In the same way that someone who is deeply in love with a lover, their spouse, their child, will perform all kinds of sacrifices for their beloved without feeling overwhelmed or the impossibility of it or being resentful, because the love lifts you up. The love sustains you. The love inspires you with a sense of, I can do this. I can be the one to act in this loving way. And so here what the Talmud is reminding us is that if we're able to plant ourselves in awe of God, then the loving kindness will feel less effortful. It will feel less burdensome. We will be able to pick ourselves up and do what we need to do. Okay. One of my favorite passages from the Talmud, this is from Masechet Sotah, and this is Rabbi Simli noticing something that I hadn't noticed until I read him saying it. He points out that the Torah begins with an act of loving kindness, and it ends with an act of loving kindness. It begins with an act of loving kindness, as it is said, the Lord God made for Adam and his wife coats of skin and clothed them. And it ends with acts of loving kindness, as it is written, God buried him in the valley. Now let's unpack that for a minute. I've never before thought about what's the first and last thing God did in the Torah, right? We generally start with, it starts with creation. And then, as we'll see very soon after the holidays, it's going to end with the death of Moses and the Jewish people right at the boundary of the land of Israel. But we're not going to be allowed to enter into it. We're going to zip right back to the beginning, and we're going to start the whole cycle over again. So what the Torah presents to us liturgically is an endless cycle of being on a journey that never arrives at the destination. We never get there. We're always on the way, we're never there. But if you ask it a little less highfalutin, if you ask yourself, well, yes, but what is exactly God's first act with humanity, and what is exactly God's last act in the Torah with humanity? Well, it turns out the first thing that God does is Adam and Eve notice that they're naked. They notice that they're naked because they sinned, right? And their sin has made them aware of naked, which is very different than nude. Nude is just you're lacking in clothes, but you're totally fine. Naked is, oh my God, I need to put something on. This is shameful. So the moment where they notice that they're not just nude, they're naked, God does something for them. God becomes a tailor. And how Jewish is that? God makes clothing for this first couple to alleviate their shame. The Talmud teaches elsewhere that when you shame somebody, you bring blood to their face, it's like committing bloodshed. Right? There's a way in which it is a minor version of murder when you shame somebody publicly. So here Adam and Eve have been shamed. They brought it on themselves. They ate of the fruit that gave them the awareness, oh my God, we don't have clothes on. And what does God do? In addition to, there are consequences to what you've done, guys. God says, but I know you're feeling deep shame, and my job as God is to help alleviate the shame. So God makes them clothing. The first thing God does for people is an act of gemilut chasadim, an act of loving kindness. And then, of course, brilliantly and poignantly, the last thing that God does in the Torah is Moses dies in a place that nobody knows where Moses is, right? He dies alone. God says, come up to the top of the mountain, take a look from Har Pisgah, look at the land. You can see it east and west, north and south. Look at how beautiful the land of Israel is. And there and then Moses dies. And what somebody among the rabbis realizes is that if that's so, then there's nobody to bury him. And honoring the deceased by giving them a decent burial is one of Judaism's great mitzvahs. It's a great commandment. And so there's a way in which God has to say, well, if there's no one here from the children of Israel to perform that mitzvah for Moses, then I have to do it. And so the Torah tells us that God buries Moses in the valley. God becomes the one who performs this act of loving kindness. Now, I want to point out one other thing about this beautiful, enigmatic Talmudic story. What does it mean to say the Torah begins and ends with chesed? Well, when you say that something is the start and the end of something, in a way you're saying that's the unifying value. Right? So partly what Rabbi Simley is saying, what the Talmud is saying, is that the Torah as a whole should be understood as the book of chesed. It is the book of loving kindness, the book in which love gets manifest as acts of decency, acts of compassion, acts of justice. And I want to take that in a different direction for just a minute. Let's think about the two grand cluster of stories in the Torah. The first grand cluster of stories in the book of Genesis is about God creating everything, a self-complexifying universe that emerges in greater levels of consciousness until humanity emerges at the end of the process, and then the formation of culture, and then the choosing of one particular family, the family of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. And that book is really the book of love. God performs an act of chesed because you can't be a loving God if there's nothing to pour your love upon, right? So God, in order to be loving, must create. And so it is true in that sense that the entire book of Genesis highlights chesed, love. But it doesn't stop there, because the second great cluster of stories in the Torah is the Exodus. The children of Israel are slaves, they're treated as abominations, they're tormented and oppressed, and God brings them out to freedom. Another remarkable act of covenantal love and chesed. And after that, there are no great stories. I mean, there are great little stories. But after that, it's a bunch of do this, don't do that. It's the mitzvot, the wise paths for how to live our life. So the two fundamental stories that drive the entire biblical enterprise are stories of chesed, stories of love. God so loves the world that he brings it into creation. God so loves the children of Israel that God brings us into liberation, right? Existence, becoming, freedom, liberation, all of these become acts of God's chesed. I hadn't thought about that until I read what Rav Simley pointed out, that literally the beginning and the end of this book is all about loving kindness. And then what if we think about the mitzvot in that way too, that loving kindness, real loving kindness, is not just abstract, it's found in the details. Eat your breakfast, you're going to be hungry. You're going to be cold if you don't put a sweater on. Do you want to take a pit stop before we go out? It's going to be a long ride. That's how love is manifest day to day. Walking into the kitchen and seeing the dirty dishes. Those are the ways we show that we love somebody, right? And the role model here, says Rabbi Simley, is God, right? That God is the one who shows loving kindness consistently from the beginning to the end of the Torah. And that's how we're to understand the do's and the don'ts that make up the bulk of the book of Leviticus and Numbers, the last half of the book of Exodus, and are scattered throughout the book of Deuteronomy, that these two are embodiments of God's chesed, of God's loving kindness. All right, two more that I wanted to talk to you about. So this second to last is from Genesis Rabbah. That's an ancient midrashic collection on the book of Genesis. And Rabbi Haggai observed in Rabbi Isaac's name All need loving kindness, even Abraham, for whose sake loving kindness encircled the entire world. Even he was in need of loving kindness, as it says, show kindness to my master Abraham, from the beginning to the end. There's a wonderful phrase in the Bible, Ve'ose chesed im Adoni Avraham, that Abraham's servant says when he's seeking out a wife for Abraham's son Isaac, right? And what the rabbis here are picking up is that even by the time of Genesis Rabbah, so somewhere in the 500 to 700 of the Common Era, by this point already there's a deep midrashic and Kabbalistic tradition that links Abraham to chesed, to loving kindness. Those of you who are familiar with Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, and the mystical chart of the Sefirot, know that the chart of chesed, the Sefirah of chesed, is considered Abraham, right? He's the one who brings in converts. He's the one who has the tent that's open in 4 directions so that nobody passes by without his welcoming them and taking care of them. Abraham is known for his great overflowing love and his decency, right? And so what the rabbis are teaching us here is that even someone who has lived a life of chesed, needs loving kindness. It's one of those things that even when you're rich in it, you also need to receive it, not just to give it. Because it turns out that chesed, loving kindness, is relational. It's not just something you pour out, you give away. It's in the giving and the taking that loving kindness is affirmed. It truly is covenantal in that way. You know, a covenant is an agreement between 2 parties. So God and the children of Israel, classically in the Torah, are in covenant together, right? We have a brit, a covenant. But that kind of covenantal love is mutual. I need you to do these things for me. You need me to do those things for you. It's not a quid pro quo. It's not you scratch my back, I scratch yours. It's you love me and help me become my best. I love you and help you become your best. And so what Rabbi Chagai is saying is that even the person who is the epitome of chesed, the epitome of that kind of loving kindness, even that person needs to be shown chesed, to be shown loving kindness. And that means that if he needs it, so do we. I think about that a lot. I think about who are the people in our lives from whom we expect attention, we expect care, we expect chesed, who we overlook, right? Because we think of them as, oh, you're my teacher. Oh, you're my boss. Oh, you're my whatever you are in my life. Whatever your role is, it's your job to do those things. And when we do that, we make that person invisible in our presence. They're visible in their role, right? But they're not visible as a human being. I will share with you that one of the things I love about the Ziegler School and its community of fabulous students is that my students, I often start meetings, as they know, they joke about it, because I always say, what can I do for you? And what strikes me is how many of them, before they get to that, and they often do, before they get to this, say, Rabbi Artson, we first want to know how you are. And that ability to see me as a human being is my greatest assurance that they will be fabulous rabbis, that they don't see someone as just a tool that they can use for something, even legitimate, right? They have every right to see me as their dean and as someone whose job is to administer the program so they can get ordained. That's completely fair. The fact that they go outside of that framework to say, yeah, but you're still a person. How are you doing? How are you handling coronavirus? How are you handling having to shelter at home? What are you missing these days? That means that they're seeing me also as a human being. If I can give you an example of that from modern Jewish thought, the philosopher Martin Buber distinguished between 2 kinds of relationships. He spoke about I, thou, and I, it. I, it is a utilitarian relationship. When you need something from someone and you get it from them, again, that's not a bad thing. You go to a restaurant, you say to the waiter, please bring me some coffee. What you want from them is to bring you the coffee. You saddle up a horse and you get on the horse and you want to ride from A to B. That, he says, is I-it. And it's an important kind of relationship, and we can't live without it. But he points out God is never in I-it. God, for Buber, is only in I-thou, which is when you see that other not just as an object of utility, something to be used, even in a way it wants to be used, but rather you see it as an end in itself. So you're on that horse, riding that horse, and at some point you're just so grateful for the way it's carrying you that you bend over and you pet it and you say words of kindness. And in that instant, the relationship flips from I-it to I-thou, right? And that, he said, that's the moment that opens up to God's presence. God is always in I-thou. So let's think about that as we move through the high holiday season as well. Are there ways that we can take our tradition and not just think, what's in it for me? For perfectly legitimate reasons. Look, Jeremiah tells us we should be using the tradition to magnify our loving kindness, our justice, and our righteousness. But here, what I want to hear Rabbi Haggai telling us is, if all you do is go to Judaism for what it's a very holy and noble and beautiful ayat, but still you're asking, what do I get out of it? What happens the moment we don't do that? What happens when we turn to our wonderful, beautiful tradition? It's music, it's prayers, it's teachings, and we just say, oh, this is so delicious, I just want to savor it in gratitude. And the gratitude isn't expectation of reward. It's not expectation of, look at me, I'm being so grateful. It's just a spontaneous entering into a relationship with something that was there before we were born and will be there after we die and is our greatest honor while we're on this earth. To be part of this chain of magnificent human beings who have lived such noble lives and left behind such beautiful, beautiful writings and songs and wisdom and practices, to be part of a web of behaviors, of mitzvot that have elevated people in difficult times and in good. Just not to think, what's that going to do for me? What do I get out of it? But to just enter into it as an end in itself. That feels to me like the teaching here that even Abraham needs chesed. Can we show chesed to our tradition? Can we show chesed to our teachers, our rabbis and cantors, our educators, the volunteers who are working so hard to make these holidays possible? I'm feeling full of gratitude to Rabbi Blumenthal and the many people associated with the Rabbinical Assembly and United Synagogue who are working so hard at transformation and being present to lift us all in these challenging times. I just want to say thank you. And that kind of chesed, well, that is haskel v'yodea. That is enlightening, and it is relationship building. So let's work on that too. Gratitude without expectation, without end. Just open-ended loving kindness, even the ones whose job it is to pour out chesed. What about entering into a chesed exchange with them, where you're also giving chesed as you're receiving it? Okay, last teaching. This is from Kohelet Rabbah, which is to say a commentary on the book of Ecclesiastes. And this is Rabbi Judah, who says that this teaches you that if one repudiates the obligation of loving kindness, it is as though repudiating the very essence, right? Shekol hakofer b'gilut chesed ke'ilu kofer b'ikar, right? This is something worth chewing on. Kofar means to overturn or repudiate, right? So if you reject kashrut, you're kofar kashrut, right? This would be someone who says, you know what, I'm just not into all of that chesed stuff. That doesn't do it for me. I'm not going to do that. I'm willing to pay my synagogue dues, and I'm willing to pay my taxes, and I'm willing to whatever, but I just, loving kindness is not my thing, makes me uncomfortable. I'm not doing it. And here's what they have to say in the hierarchy of religious values. That's kofar be'ikar. Now, I need to tell you a bit about that term. When the rabbis use the phrase kofar be'ikar classically, that has meant, meaning in the Talmud, in the Mishnah, that has meant someone who denies that there's a God at all. And what the rabbis mean by that is not some metaphysical, philosophical thing. The choice, as they understand it, is the world we are born into one of purpose and direction? Is there significance to be found? Or is this a random and meaningless, simple happenstance? There's no purpose, there's no direction, there's no meaning at all. We are essentially automatons, and we move and we do, and it's nothing but biochemistry. And that's what they mean by kofar be'ikar, and for them that is the most fundamental violation. Again, it's not a metaphysical thing, right? Idolatry is a metaphysical thing, that's different. This is, there's no direction to any of it. There's no value in anything. There's no morality in anything. It's all a human construct. It's all meaningless. It's all a distraction, right? And what they're saying here is, we really want to know what kofar be'ikar is. Kofar be'ikar is not just denying the divine. Kofar be'ikar is denying loving kindness. If you can walk through this world and not have your heart tugged by the needs of others, then you're missing it all. And I think what's especially for me profound is thinking this doesn't come from some modern liberal social justice book, which wouldn't be a bad thing. It comes from an ancient book, right? What they're saying is really striking. If you're keeping kosher, if you're going to stay for Musaf on Yom Kippur, if you're going to be banging your chest louder than everybody else, but you don't take chesed seriously, then it's as though you have denied all of it. It's as though you have placed yourself outside of Judaism entirely. Don't tell me about how ritually punctilious you might be. Don't tell me about how much Torah you've learned. Don't tell me about how many committees you've served on. If you don't have loving kindness, you are kofar be'ikar. You are one who denies its very essence. And they don't say that because they don't love mitzvot. They do. They don't say that because they don't love studying Torah. The people who brought you Kohelet Rabbah were studying Torah night and day and coming up with amazing nuggets of insight and wisdom. They're saying it because however much they love mitzvot, however much they love Torah, however much they love prayer and ritual, and the answer is a whole lot, they love chesed more. And to be a religious Jew for them is to be someone who lives and breathes chesed and understands that the structure of mitzvot and Torah and tefillah are inextricably connected to a life of chesed. And that it's the chesed that lives and breathes through all those other observances. And that we also need to live and breathe a life of chesed. Now I'm going to close the text. Those of you who didn't get a copy and want one can either download it through the site listed from the RA and Cantor's Assembly, or you can write to me at bartson@aju.edu, and I'll be happy to email you a copy of the text. Just a closing thought, and then I'm going to turn it back to you, Rabbi Blumenthal. I want us to think about what the world could be like if we spent this year flexing our chesed muscles. Could we use this year, we should use this year to grow in Torah study, and we should grow in mitzvah observance, and we should grow in our love of Israel and our unity as a people, and in fighting for racial justice and economic justice, and certainly should care deeply about the state of this planet and climate change, all of that. Can we do that through the lenses of chesed? Through what it means to be a person of loving kindness, to respond to each other with affection and with a sense of commitment, so that we're really there for each other, there for the mitzvot, there for the God who made us as an act of chesed as well. Thank you very much for the chance to learn together. I really treasure this time. I pray that all of you have a Gemar Chatima Tova, a Shana Tova, a beautiful and a healthy year, which finds us once again outside of our homes, in our synagogues, in our places of work, making the world a better place.
Rabbi Artson, thank you so much. What a beautiful teaching. And the fact is, we want to experience these kinds of texts from someone who really embodies the teaching and not just can teach us the text. And my experiences with you over many, many years, and as I speak with your students and as they take their place among my colleagues, it's clear that they have learned from a master teacher by example of what it means to both to be a person of chesed and also to create a community of chesed. There couldn't be anything more important in what it takes to do a rabbinic education to create that experience. And I know that they feel it from you in the same way that you feel it from them. I would go back to one of the first comments that you made this evening, which is that chesed is not just a state of mind, it's actually a place of action, that it's about how we show it. That's what mitzvot are. Mitzvot are what we do in the world that bring that sense of God's chesed into the world. And I think you've helped us on this night of Selihot, when we're moving into that space of evaluating the life we've had this past year and thinking about what we're committing to in the year to come, to put this as the central space on our agenda. I think about the fact that this year, when we have our sense, when we usually experience these holidays through the lens of prayer, most of all, through tefillah, we spend so much time in the synagogue. Even friends who aren't always in synagogue find their way to synagogue and become part of a prayer experience. This year, I think one of our challenges is to broaden that. It's not just to be in that space of prayer, but it's really to be in the space of thinking about what are the other ways, whether it's teshuvah and tzedakah from our liturgy, other ways of doing repentance, thinking about our deeds from the past year, and tzedakah, giving tzedakah. You've added another piece to it, which is gemilut chasadim, acts of kindness. How are we going to show kindness? And can we not only, and maybe that's a space we should be in these next couple of weeks as we move into Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur as well. Really thinking about, and especially since we can't be as much out in the world as we want to be, how could we do it even just in our own households, within our families, within the people in our immediate community we do get to see and interact with in person or virtually? You've given us a great challenge, but also reminded us that that Judaism truly is a religion of chesed, of love and of kindness. And just thank you so much for embodying that and being with us this evening. And I will also just mention, you mentioned the need to show chesed to our clergy in this season. And we are organizing an opportunity to do that at the end of the holiday season, after Simchat Torah. The Rabbinical Assembly, the Cantor's Assembly, United Synagogue, and other parts of our movement, together with actually our other religious movements here in North America, are going to create a whole week of caring for clergy, where we're encouraging communities to show that sense of chesed and gratitude to their clergy, in the same way that we know that our clergy are very grateful for all that our communities do for them and for each other. So keep that in mind. I also want to mention one other thing, which is that as a follow-up to these experiences that we have as a movement of coming together at special moments, and not just being in our own communities, but really joining together as communities, the Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies and the Rabbinical Assembly United Synagogue are working together to create some adult education projects together. They'll start after the holidays, towards the beginning of November and into December. And we'll be sending, for those who registered for these experiences, we'll be sending you more information about that. We're really excited about that partnership as well. So thank you for everything. And now we're ready to move on with our evening as we approach midnight here on the East Coast and 9 o'clock on the West Coast, and for each of the time zones in between. We're going to turn back first to Havdalah for those who have not had that experience yet on this Saturday evening, and then to continue with our keynote programs. And I'm pleased that Cantor Ariel Green is going to be joining us now as our MC and continuing to guide us into the evening. So Cantor Green, very nice to have you here, and Shavua Tov to all, a warm welcome. We still have many hundreds of people who are with us this evening, and we are grateful to all of you for joining us. Cantor Green.
Thank you, Rabbi. Yes, I'm Cantor Ariel Green in Denver, Colorado. So the Havdalah is mostly for those in Mountain Time and Pacific Time, but I invite you all, wherever you are in whatever time zone you may be in, to sing along with me. כי עוזי בזמרת ירוני ויהי ישוע ושבתם מים בששו ממעייני הישועה לאדוני הישועה על עמך ברכתך סלע אדוני צבאות עמנו משגב לנו אלוהי יעקב סלע אדוני צבאות אשר בוטח בך אדוני הושיע מלך יעננו ביום קורנו ליהודים הייתה אורה ושמחה וששון ויקר כן תהיה לנו כוס ישועות אשא ושם אדוני אקרא יא אלי יא לה 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 יא אלי יא לה 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 יא לה 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 Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri hagafen borei peri hagafen ya elai ya la 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 ya elai ya la 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 ya la 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 Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei minei v'samim borei minei v'samim lai lai la 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 lai 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 la 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 lai lai la la lai lai Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei meorei ha'esh borei meorei ha'esh lai lai la 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 lai 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 la 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 lai lai la la lai 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 la 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 lai 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 la 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 lai lai ya la lai 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 la la lai Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamavdil ben kodesh lechol bein or lechoshech בין ישראל לעמים, בין יום השביעי לששת ימי המעשה. אתה אדוני המבדיל בין קודש לחול. לילה ילה Shavua tov, 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 Shavua tov. Eliyahu hanavi, Eliyahu hatishbi, Eliyahu, Eliyahu, Eliyahu agiladi. B'meira v'yameinu yavo eleinu Mashiach ben David Mashiach ben David. Shavua Tov, everybody. I now would like to welcome Rabbi Amy Eilberg to the Zoom to give us a little bit of teaching.
Okay, am I on? This is our check. Great, wonderful. So Shavua Tov, Cantor Green, that was up there with the most beautiful Havdalah services that I've ever heard. So thank you so much for that here in California, where it was only recently time, where I live, where it's only recently time for Havdalah. So it really has been a joy. After Shabbos, I got to sort of check in on some of these, some of the teachings, and with all the things that have been really hard about this last 6 months that we've been in, there is really a joy in getting to connect with, study with, daven with, sing with, even open our hearts with people whom we don't normally know, wouldn't normally be able to be with and to share these experiences with. So it's different than we've ever done it before, and may we never have to do it again after this set of Chagim, but might as well find the joy in it. So the only problem is I'm sitting here at my computer and I can't see you. They tell me there are people out there, but I can't see you. And I actually only found out, not because the organizers didn't communicate with us, but somehow it didn't get through to me until rather late Friday afternoon, that there wasn't going to be a chat function, that you weren't going to be able to talk to me for this next hour. Now, you might think that it would be a rabbi's dream to get to just talk for an hour without any pushback, without any questions, without any interruptions, without any challenges. So I'm going to try to make the best of it, but the honest truth is that the way I like to teach this material, really teach in general, includes a lot of interaction. So this is an experiment for me, and just telling you what's true for me in this moment, and also to tell you that my desire is for this next hour not to be a passive experience for you. I know what Zoom is. I know what it is to be sitting on a Facebook Live. You can go around and do your thing and so on. But this material, it's the case with everything that's been taught tonight, is far too important for you to just sit as a passive observer. I really want for you to be an active participant, and the technology doesn't allow us to do that dialogically, for you to send me messages in the chat or raise your hands and all of that stuff that we know. But I want at least for you to ask you, strongly ask you, to be in dialogue with yourself. If you're lucky enough to be watching this along with someone else, I really encourage you at certain points where I'll stop and invite your reflection. I'll ask you to actually talk to one another. Maybe that's redundant, but I really want that. And if you happen to be watching this alone, I really, actually, for all of you, whether you're watching it with someone else or with someone or alone, I would very much like for you to have a journal open. So whether that means running right now, grab a tablet and a pen. As I say, a couple more words of introduction. There'll be a couple of points where I will invite you to say things or to explore things for yourself, where I'll actually stop talking and I'll want for you to go inside and say the things that you might otherwise have said in the chat or might have thought about saying in the chat, but just wanted to record your own reactions or your own learnings or your own questions or your own challenges that you might have wanted to ask the speaker, but you didn't have the chance, things that you would like to follow up on or learn more about. So please, I really ask you to have a journal open, whether it's a tablet and a pen by your side, or if you're comfortable opening an extra window on whatever screen you're on, open a blank document and use that as a journal page. To begin with, the first question that I would ask you, and I would have loved to see it in the chat, but you'll see it, is if you would write a few words that convey some of the feelings that you may have as you enter into a class about dismantling racism in this moment. How do you feel about entering into this conversation about racism? I'm just going to wait for a minute to let you capture some of your thoughts. Great. When I've had the opportunity to teach this material on Zoom, where I have seen, or live, when that used to be possible, remember that? I would see a whole range of responses. Some people would say eager, some would say excited, some would say dread, someone would say heavy in my heart. Some would say apprehensive, because talking about racism is hard. It's hard for all of us. It may be that it's especially hard in this moment in history for those of us who are white or who are seen as white, because the subject of racism may arouse feelings in us of defensiveness in advance, as if, what am I going to be accused of? So that's not going to be my approach, but I just want for you to notice what's moving in you, because if what's moving in you is helping you to shut down rather than open up to the material, then this isn't going to be very meaningful for you. So I'm going to begin with a brief video. It'll be a 4-minute video, and I'm hoping that the tech will work. The video was made by a colleague of mine in Minneapolis, where I used to live, who's a master photographer and videographer and social justice activist. And he created a project called A Piece of My Mind, PEACE, A Piece of My Mind, pieceofmymind.net. His name is John Miltner. And for many years, he was going around and taking photographs of people of religions that often suffer discrimination, and of people who in some way were doing peace work, the work of bringing people together. And then he would blow up these absolutely gorgeous photographs and take them around to community venues, so that there would be like an art exhibit of photographs of peacemakers and people wrestling for peace in the midst of hatred. And then in more recent years, he started doing the same with people of different races. So after George Floyd's murder, John went to 38th in Chicago, where the murder took place, and took photographs of people who were at that corner, spending time at that corner, protesting and giving honor to George Floyd. He took these beautiful photographs and interviewed them, and he then lifted some of the most beautiful things that people said and attached them to those photographs and displayed them somehow, enormous versions of them, on the buildings surrounding 38th in Chicago. What you're going to see is a little bit of that in video form. So here we go.
Hey, Rabbi, it's Scott here behind the scenes. We actually aren't seeing the video.
You're not seeing the video. It's strange.
Are you sharing your screen?
Well, thank you for jumping in, Scott. Yes, let me try one more time. If not, I'll give up. Hold on just 1 second. Sorry for the technical glitch. And Scott, I'll check in with you sooner. Can you see it now, Scott?
Yes, we're seeing it now.
Great. Thank you so much. So this is one of those times where I like to pause and ask you to write in your journal, just for half a minute, what particularly moved you, either positively or negatively, in that video? Were there certain words or images that particularly sprang up for you, either in the sense of something that really touched your heart, or that broke your heart open, or that made you want to throw your arms around the person, or moved you to action, or something that really bothered you, that seemed untrue or unfair, or an attack on American society that didn't really make sense to you, or even attack on white people. So whatever it might be, I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to let us be in silence for about 30 seconds for you to take note of what arose for you from that video. So take another minute to finish up if you need to. I hope that the video touched your heart. I hope that it brought you a little closer to the reality of what happened at 38th in Chicago that evening. And if there was something that really made you react with pain, or defensiveness, or that you wanted to push back on, I want to just ask you not only about the video, but perhaps about other things that we'll talk about during the next hour, to invite you to practice midah, a soul trait from the Musar tradition that's called savlanut. As you may know, the word savlanut in contemporary Hebrew means patience, but it also, especially in the Musar system, suggests forbearance or fortitude. Savlanut is about bearing discomfort. I don't want to feel the way I'm feeling right now. It's the opposite of it. I don't want to be feeling what I'm feeling right now, so I'm going to run away, or I'm going to beat the person up with my rhetoric, or I'm going to shut down the computer and leave. Savlanut is to say, as we all have had to for the past 6 months, I don't like what's happening here, but I have to hang in because what choice do I have? So I want to ask you, when things come up which will make you uncomfortable, and I have probably already said things that make you uncomfortable, that's part of the work. We're here, I'm offering this class, I volunteered to offer this class in part because of George Floyd's murder, and of course, in large part because it's Elul. And that what we've learned, what many people have known for a long time, but that the country seems to have awakened to in a more widespread way since the end of May, is the terrible racial inequities that have existed for a very, very long time in our country, and that there is a collective reckoning. As Jews, we might say cheshbon hanefesh, a soul reckoning, but on the collective level, that we're undergoing in this country, that it's a shame we didn't do before, but some of us are doing it now and thinking about what does that mean for the collective, and what does that mean for each one of us? What is the tshuva that each of us might need to do to be part of the solution and not be part of the problem in any sense at all, by by sins of omission, by acts of commission, or by acts of omission. More on that later. So just for just a moment to explain why I'm here. I lived much of my life as a white person, not thinking about race, not thinking of myself as white, thinking of myself as Jewish. When I had to sign on, identify my race on a form, it felt kind of strange to say Caucasian because that's not how I organized my identity. And only about 10 years ago, because I was doing intensive interfaith work, did I come to be really learning about what I should have known for a long time about racism. And it's been a gradual learning process for me, and I still have a lot to learn. And I was reminded of that when George Floyd was killed. And we saw in this very, very disturbing and also very moving way a sense that there was some kind of collective awakening happening, among other things, a lot of complex things happening, but a collective awakening happening in America. And we think about the word reckoning has Jewish resonance, right? Cheshbon HaNefesh, soul reckoning. And awakening also has resonance for us, this Elul. Awake, you sleepers, from your slumber. That's part of what the shofar is supposed to do. It's part of what these Yamim Noraim are supposed to do, is to awaken us from thinking that the way we get along, the way we do our lives is maybe the best we can do, maybe not, but whatever. And to really awaken, to say, really, who's the person that I want to be at this time in my life, and as part of a collective, as America, who do we want to be? Is it okay for us to be who we've always been around race? So I'm going to do another 30-second pause and ask you, why are you here? You could have been, here in this particular class, you could have been doing something else this hour, right? Why did you decide to come to this class? I'll give you just 20 seconds to write a couple of phrases. So again, I wish I were reading your responses in the chat. I'm sure there would be a whole wide range, and I'm sure that some of you have been working on learning about racism and working to dismantle racism in many ways, perhaps for many years, and are looking just to hear a Jewish version or Jewish lens on what you've already known for a long time. And perhaps others of you are exploring this material in perhaps for the first time, and everything in between. What's important is that you know the answer, where you've been on this issue, where you are right now, and where you're headed. What is your work to do? So my intention is that the rest of this hour it's certainly not a training about racism. I titled it about combating racism, about dismantling racism. I titled it Jewish Wisdom for Dismantling Racism. So most of what we'll be doing together will be based in Jewish text that can offer some pieces of Jewish wisdom, not because what appears in the Torah or what appears in ancient Talmudic or Midrashic texts has direct, precise application for the problem of anti-Black racism in America. It's a different time, but what is the wisdom that we can cull from our tradition that can help us think more clearly and more wisely about what the country that we've made our own should be doing differently, and what we as individuals as part of that country should be doing. So, but before I get to the text, to the Jewish text, I've already used the term racism a whole bunch of times. So I need to just do a couple of definitions. Some people hate definitions, I know. But in this case, it's really extremely important. Sorry, this appeared. Yeah. Actually, I have no control over how you digest this material that I'm talking about with you tonight. But if I had my choice as to what you would remember, if you were to remember just one thing from everything I say in the next not quite 45 minutes, here's the thing that's most really key that I want to remind you of, those of you who already know what I'm about to say, and for those of you who are new to this, to really, really take this in. And that is, what do I mean when I say racism? Sometimes the word racism is meant to describe personal animus, in many cases extreme personal animus toward people of a different race, like the KKK, like neo-Nazis, like the people in Charlottesville who were there because they hated blacks, but also along the way said Jews will not replace us. That's race, that the word racism calls to mind that very extreme existence and expression of personal hatred and animus toward people of a different race. And it's true that some people still use the term racism in that way. What's confusing and incredibly important is that people who use the term in a really considered way, in a really conscious way, and that is the leaders of movements generally, and academics who study race, what they mean when they say racism is something entirely different from that. And that's what I mean when I say racism. To go through this very, very briefly, and this is quoted from Robin DiAngelo's now very celebrated book, White Fragility. She distinguishes, actually, no two scholars of race agree about all of this. So I'm not saying that this is the God's honest truth, but I think her formulation is extremely important. She says, prejudice is a prejudgment about another person based on the social groups to which that person belongs. Prejudice is thoughts, feelings, stereotypes, attitudes, generalizations, right? About another group. All humans have prejudice. We cannot avoid it. That's prejudice, having generalized negative stereotypes and impressions of other people, in this case, of another race. Discrimination, she says, is action based on prejudice. These actions can include, from the less impactful to the most impactful, ignoring, excluding, threats, ridicule, slander, I would say law and policy. I wonder why she didn't include that, and violence. So discrimination is acting out our prejudice individually or collectively against people of a different race. But here's the really important part. When a racial group's collective prejudice is backed by the power of legal authority and institutional control, it is transformed into racism, which is a far-reaching system that functions independently from the intentions of self-images of individual actors. So racism, like sexism and other forms of oppression, occurs when a racial group's prejudice is backed by legal authority and institutional control. If this is new to you, please star this and Google it later and look into it, because this is extremely important, just for agree or disagree, for understanding the conversation that's happening in our country right now. Racism is not just personal animus. It's a system. So maybe there's lots more I could say about that. But that's what I mean when I say racism. Okay, I'm not talking about just people who randomly hate black people. So now for the Jewish text. I'm going to jump into a text that I don't remember knowing it before. I learned it in a social justice context not so many years ago. From the Talmud, the Hebrew's here, but I'm gonna use the English so that we'll all understand it. Probably could go through it more quickly, but the Hebrew's there for those who'd like to see. So the text in the Talmud and Tanit describes. Quotes a verse from the book of Jonah, and let them turn each one from their evil way and from the violence that is in their hands. Hold it, remember that, in their hands. Shmuel, an early Amora, one of the early rabbis of the Talmudic post-Mishnah generation, said that the king of Nineveh, remember the king of Nineveh who's supposed to be the bad guy in the book of Jonah, but turns out to be the most righteous person of all? The king of Nineveh proclaimed, even if one stole a beam, a piece of wood, and built it into his building, one must tear down the entire building and return the beam to its owner. So let me stop and pose this. It's a declarative sentence here, but let me pose it as a question. What happens if you stole a piece of wood? Let's say you just stole one piece of wood because you were building the house and you came up short. So you went and stole a piece of wood and finished building the building. The implied question is, how do you do tshuva from that sin or act of injustice? How do you make that situation right? Shmuel said that the king of Nineveh said one must tear down the entire building and return the beam to its owner. Shmuel said there is no way that house can stand in a way that's just, because it's built around theft. It's built on theft. Only way to make it right, the only way to do tshuva, is to tear down the building, give back the beam to its rightful owner, and start over. Similarly, get this leap of rabbinic imagination, Rav Ada bar Ahava said, to what is a person who has a transgression in his hand and confesses but does not repent for the sin compared? Sorry for the bad kind of strange syntax there. Remember in the verse there was something about violence that is in their hands, as if when we're sinning, we're holding something in our hands. So how do you describe, or to what do you equate someone who's done a transgression and confesses but doesn't actually repent? He says, or she says, I shouldn't have done that, what I did. I know it was wrong. I shouldn't have done it, but then doesn't repent. Goes ahead and keeps doing the same thing again. What's this like? This is like a person who holds a sheretz. A sheretz is a creepy crawly thing, which in early rabbinic law, when the temple still stood, immediately conferred impurity. If you touched that kind of animal, you had to go to the mikveh, go through a purification process. So it's like if you're holding in your hand this lizard, let's say, but you want to purify yourself from the impurity that now attaches to your body because you were holding the lizard, you go into the mikveh. But he says, even if that person immerses in all the waters of the world, but you're still holding the lizard in your hand, the immersion is of no effect. Yeah, but I went to the mikveh. Yeah, you went to the mikveh, but you're still holding the impure object. Yeah, however, once one throws it away, if you let go of the gross sheretz and then go to the mikveh, then that immersion is immediately effective and you can cease from being impure. I'm gonna skip this piece. right here. Now, kind of a different version of the same conversation appears in a different tractate of the Talmud, Gittin. This comes out of this Sefaria text. So I'm telling you that just because Sefaria integrates a really nice commentary into the text. So just to let you know, in the English, the language that's in boldface is actually the words of the Talmud, and the words that are not in boldface in their ordinary font are part of the interpretation, modern interpretation. The sages taught in a Braita, if one robbed another of a beam and built it into a building, right? Same situation. Beit Shammai says the robber, the builder, must destroy the entire building and return the beam to its owners, right? Same as Shmuel said before. Beit Hillel says the injured party, the person to whom the beam belonged, from whom it was stolen, the injured party receives only the value of the beam, but not the beam itself, right? Yeah, the house has a stolen beam somewhere in the middle of it, but Beit Hillel says, no, it's ridiculous, or it's actually, it's too stringent, and it's maybe counterproductive to say to anyone, if you find yourself in this situation, you have to tear down the whole house. That's too stringent. It's not going to work. It's impractical. So Beit Hillel says the robber, the builder, can pay the injured party from whom he stole the beam, the value of the beam. Don't have to tear down the whole house, but you do have to pay compensation, restitution, due to an ordinance instituted. In other words, in order to encourage repentance, the sages were lenient and required the robber to return only the value of the beam. The Mishnah was taught in accordance with the opinion of Beit Hillel. Okay. So if we were in a classroom together, even a virtual Zoom room together, I would ask you, why do you think I brought this to you in a session about dismantling racism? So you certainly might say, wait, it's not really a very good analogy. Let me just tell you, whenever we're looking for rabbinic guidance about a contemporary issue, and we go back to texts that are 1,500 or 2,000 years old or more, if it's the Torah, you're not going to find the precise, generally, not going to, unless it's murder, right? You very often don't find the precise equivalent of the contemporary question. What you find are principles and values and a conceptual framework that can help us say, how does the logic of our sacred texts apply to our contemporary situation? So in this case, so you might say it's not equivalent, even if you say, okay, the house is American society, which was arguably built on land stolen from Native Americans. That's not where my focus is tonight, but I think to me, that's unquestionable. But also, with the labor, how did America get built? There are many answers to that question, but a major answer to that question is that there was a lot of free labor provided by enslaved Africans on our shores. Not to mention, African Americans built the White House and the Capitol and so on. Those are just symbolically important examples. America was built on unpaid labor, uncompensated labor of large numbers of enslaved Africans. So some people might say, according to Beit Shammai, how do we make this right? How do we do justice from this house that you and I live in? And you and I didn't build it, but I'll get back to that. Excuse me, I'll get back to that in a second. But you and I live in this house of America. According to the logic of Beit Shammai, would say, you got to tear it all down. It was built on stolen land and stolen labor. You have to tear the whole society down. And it may be that there are some people in the African American community who are thinking and feeling something like that. This society is so massively imbued with injustice that tinkering is not going to do it. There are actually no changes that we can make without really fundamentally rebuilding this structure from the start, from the ground up. Beit Hillel says, putting words in his mouth, it's just too hard. I mean, even if that were morally the right answer, you have to tear down the society and rebuild it from the ground up. I mean, how do you do that? How do you, nobody's actually suggesting, burn down America, but, how do you completely start fresh and build American society from scratch? You really can't do that. Let's think about restitution. What some might call reparations. Now, I would, if I had a whole nother session with you, I could do a whole session about questions, how to think about reparations, but we don't have time for that. So in this case, I want to ask you not to run off to, well, how could you actually do that? And those people are dead. And how would we qualify it? How would we quantify how much we should pay to each living member of the African American community? And how do we figure that out? We don't even know how many people, right? Try to sort of put those questions to rest, and let's just talk conceptually according to Jewish morality. What's clear is that there's an argument to tear the whole thing down and rebuild it to be sure that we get it right, that we create a society that's just. A more lenient and probably more practical suggestion from Beit Hillel is we need to pay back the people whose labor was stolen. Another question that would have been in the chat by now if we had a chat box would be, I'm an Ashkenazi Jew. My grandparents, some of us on the call, our parents, our grandparents, our great-grandparents, probably came, maybe a few of us have ancestors who came in the mid-19th century, but probably most of us didn't come. Our ancestors came in the late 19th century or even early 20th century, like my mother did. The system of slavery was long built. My ancestor does not build the house of slavery, build the house of racism. So in what sense am I responsible? I didn't steal a bean. I did not steal the labor of the enslaved Africans in the 18th and 19th century. I think that's true. But there was another question I was going to ask, but maybe I'm going to move on. Sorry. By the way, if some of you are looking at the handout that I had posted, I keep tweaking handouts until the date. So this is a revised version of the handout. That's why it looks a little different from one that you have. So our tradition has things to say about sins of omission as well as sins of commission. I mean, I could have a number of places in the Machzor that I could have found. Lots of places, including in the confessional prayers, where the rabbis placed in the Machzor acknowledgement that we have to do tshuva for what we did not do, as well as for what we did do. So although it's a question that arises very naturally, like my parents didn't come on the Mayflower, they didn't support the compromise according to which slavery would continue, and African Americans were considered in the Constitution to be 3/5 of a human being, and they didn't take part in in the enslavement, and nor in the decades of racial terror and lynching that continued afterwards for many, many decades, nor in the many ways in which African Americans are still discriminated against in America today. I mean, my ancestors didn't build that. But I suggest that the question for us, the tshuva issue for us, you notice I can't resist shifting back and forth between the collective tshuva for America and how we think about our own culpability. We did not build it with our own hands. To extend the metaphor, we didn't build this house of America that has racially disparate, I would say systemically racist policies laden all the way through it in the law and in policy, in housing and education, in income and wealth disparity, in neighborhoods, in education. I could go on and on. We did not create those policies. Our ancestors didn't create those policies. But this house of racism in America, we live in it. It's our house. Have you ever felt really proud when you saw the American flag? Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Have you ever felt really good when you recited the Pledge of Allegiance? Have you ever felt grateful that you hold an American passport? Have you ever felt grateful that you live in America? We live in this house. Even if we don't like everything about this house, I certainly do not like everything about this house we live in, but we live here. We're Americans. Question is, now that the house is already built, what are the communal sins of omission for which American society needs to atone? And how can we as individuals contribute to that collective tshuva rather than contributing to the continuing resistance to tshuva or refusal to do tshuva, or in the language of the Gemara, oh yeah, I want for African Americans to be equal, but I'm actually still holding the lizard in my hand because I'm still fine with school systems that are funded by property taxes, and so white neighborhoods have schools that are much more lavishly funded, and I'm still okay with medical systems in which white people get much better care than African American people, and I'm still okay with the residues of redlining. Why is it that African American neighborhoods tend to be hotter? And that's one of the reasons why African Americans are vulnerable to certain influences, because those were the neighborhoods that were redlined generations ago, and they have more cement than they do have trees, where predominantly white neighborhoods have trees. And so there's a whole list of examples. The fact that I personally live in a beautiful home in a beautiful suburban neighborhood, which is predominantly white, and I'm okay with that. In a way, in the terms in which I'm describing here, that's a sin of omission. So the Torah gives us, in a number of places, but this one I'm really fascinated with, a text about communal sins of omission. So again, I'll read just the English. This is from Deuteronomy 21, just excerpts. If when you get to the land that God gives you, land of Israel, a dead body is found, someone is slain, is found lying in the open, right? A dead body is found in between two inhabited towns. So in a sort of no man's land sort of area where nobody lives, a dead body is found. The identity of the slayer is not known. There's more in the text, but jumping ahead, all the elders of the town nearest to the corpse shall wash their hands over a heifer, this very, very complicated, sort of mysterious ritual of the Eglah Arufat, which is not my purpose to explore. They have to do an elaborate ritual, the center of which, at least the verbal center of which, is that the elders of the town make this declaration: our hands did not shed this blood, nor did our eyes see it done. So the leaders of the town have to do this elaborate ritual and say, ritually and verbally wash our hands of this. We did not kill this person, and we did not see this person being killed. My husband and I had a little disagreement at lunch today. We disagreed about whether it's reasonable to interpret this verse a little more broadly than I just said it, that maybe the verse means we, the elders, speaking on behalf, as the leaders of the town, speaking on behalf of our whole town, can attest that no one in our town committed this murder, nor did any of us witness it. I think that's already a stretch from the text, but I'm acknowledging my husband's sense of the meaning of it. So, but then look what happens when the Gemara gets its hands on these verses. Talmud says in Sota, would we ever have imagined that the Beit Din were shedders of blood? Now wait a minute. What do you mean? What do you mean Beit Din? Here the Torah was talking about the elders of the town making the declaration. It's like the equivalent of the mayor. It's some of the most respected people in town made the declaration. So the rabbis of the Talmud made this leap. So who were the most respected members of the town? Obviously, it was the Beit Din. It was the rabbis. But the rabbis are saying, what on earth are the verses saying? How could anybody ever possibly think that the rabbis were shedders of blood? It'd be absurd to say, rabbis, step up over this dead heifer and say, our hands didn't shed this blood. Of course they didn't shed this blood. But what this implied, and this is quite a jump from the immediately the pshat, the simple meaning of the text in the Torah, what they implied was that the Beit Din, the rabbinic leadership, as the leaders of the community, had to say, when they said, our hands didn't shed this blood, what they really meant was, no one came within our jurisdiction whom we discharged without food, and whom we did not see, and whom we left without providing him an escort. They're saying, we don't believe that the Torah meant just for a second that that anybody would think that the rabbis had committed or witnessed the murder. Of course they didn't. But what the rabbis might have done, and for this they needed to confess and say words of confession and do an elaborate physical ritual, is to say, we didn't prevent, nor anyone in our jurisdiction, didn't prevent this crime from happening. How could it be that this murder happened in an open area outside our town? If we had noticed that there was a person, let's say a homeless person, or a person who's not from around here, someone, a vagrant, right? Someone who looked like he or she was disconnected from our community, if we had seen such a person, we would have fed them, and we would have seen them. I read that to mean we would have taken a good look at what they needed in their life, and why were they so alone, and what did they need? Why were they so disconnected, and what did they need to be reconnected to community? And if that person, nonetheless, despite how kind we were to them, said, no, I'm moving on, I'm going out, continuing my journey. But if we knew that that person was going out into a dangerous area where it would be easy for criminals to find him, to rob him and kill him, God forbid, we would have escorted him. So the confession is to say there are ways that perhaps we could have prevented this person, the dead person, to have been vulnerable to this murder, and we failed we failed in sins of omission. There are things that we could have done to have prevented this murder. Interestingly, the Yerushalmi, the Jerusalem Talmud, does a similar move, but in terms of who was the murderer. By the way, how could it be that there was a murderer hanging around not so far from our town if we knew that there was such a person who was so desperate in his life or her life that it was going to be possible for them to commit a murder? We should have seen that person and either brought them into our jurisdiction and put them in prison, as it were, bring them to justice, or perhaps give them a job or find a way to help them to be less desperate so that they would no longer be a person who would kill someone walking out in the open field. So what's really clear, and maybe this is an elaborate way to make this point, Torah is very clear that there is such a thing as communal culpability for sins of omission. What's the analogy that I'm trying to make to racism in America today? The question is, what are we doing to stop it? What are we doing to change it? What are we doing to stop the fact that African American males in particular are stopped in cars for far more frequently for similar violations and treated more harshly and killed much more often relative to their percentage in the population? What are we doing to stop that? Getting cameras, body cameras for police, is that enough? In every single locality, how long is it going to be before that actually stops the scourge of police violence against African Americans? What are we doing to address the fact that African American, highly educated African American women miscarry at astoundingly higher rates than white women with less education than they have? What are we doing about all the reasons why people of color in this country have been have been hurt much more horrifically by the COVID virus for a whole series of reasons? What are we doing to change this system? And are we doing enough? Even you and I are not actively discriminating against people, but what are we doing to make things right? And just to really bring it fully back to questions related to Elul and the upcoming holidays, I want to call to mind very well known 7 stages of tshuva, articulated in many places based on Talmudic material, but particularly beautifully articulated by the Rambam Maimonides. I'm quoting this language out of my husband's book, just because I can't resist giving a little shout out to my husband's book. Let's just think for a minute and go through these stages, which are very familiar. How does tshuva happen? So let's think on the collective, the sins that America as a collective has committed. Again, without getting into the details, which obviously we don't have time to do nor power to enact, a tshuva process would have to include our country really coming to a full awareness that our country has done terrible things to African Americans, which is to say, resisting the temptation to say, I'm not a racist. The other guy, the guy with the white hood, he's a racist. I'm not a racist. I didn't do any of this stuff. What would it take for the country to really wake up to an awareness that tremendous injustice has been done? I would suggest that that's stage one. I would suggest that American society has not reached even stage one, except in uneven ways. If we reach the point of awareness as a nation, as a national community, then we'd have to reach the place of remorse, of really knowing, of really reading the stories, of really listening to African Americans who are alive today, who have stories of what their ancestors experienced and of what they experience every day, every time they go out, and have to worry, African American mothers who have to worry about whether their sons especially will come back alive, to really feel the horrors of what our society has perpetrated. Only then would we have to figure out some way to confess. How do you confess for a crime like that? And then how do we apologize? Well, how do we apologize to people who are dead? Although Jewish tradition, as you may know, has things to say about how do we apologize to people who are dead. How do we apologize to all the African Americans in America? How do we pay restitution? Big topic, but just in sort of from 10,000 feet, all of these stages, a real tshuva process, like the house. Remember the house with which I began that was built with a stolen beam? The house will not be worthy of standing until we have gone through all of these stages, including not just we realize something was wrong, we feel we really get what horrors were committed. We have found ways to express those horrors. That remorse. We've expressed that remorse to people who are affected and whose ancestors were affected. And we have found ways, if not directly, then symbolically and systemically, to pay back the African American community for what was stolen from them, and arguably what continues to be stolen from them. And then, interesting that this is next to the last, because this is really getting to close to full tshuva, what the tradition calls full tshuva, the cheshbon hanefesh. We really want to become an America where these kinds of things don't happen again. And then the test is, next time there's a temptation for someone to do something that has just negative, disparate impact on an African American, there's the possibility of doing the same sin again against the same sort of person. And we say, no, this time we're not going to do it. That's a very, very, very sort of brief overview of what a national process of tshuva would be like. Let me say one more thing before I move toward closing. I ask you to look through these 7 stages of tshuva as an individual now. Remember knowing you didn't do it, you and I didn't build the house, we don't actively discriminate against Black people, but in terms of the ways in which we're really okay with the system that has very many racist elements in it. We as individuals need to go through a similar process of tshuva in order to really be able to contribute to the change. Now, I'm not saying don't go out and don't go out and call your congressman. Don't go out and participate in demonstrations. Don't sign petitions until you've gone through this whole process of tshuva. No. You can do lots of things simultaneously. But for us as individuals, there's a similar process. How do I really become aware of how I, as a white person, I'm sure there are people on the call who are not white, but I imagine that the majority of us on the call are white Jews. We need to build up our awareness of how we are involved or even unwittingly complicit in racist systems. How do we reach a point of deep remorse, having listened and read and talked with people, but mostly listened to really understand what African Americans have experienced? What kind of confession do we need to say out loud so that there's accountability in front of other people, so that other people know that we made this commitment to doing something different. And then apology. Question, whom can we apologize to? To whom can we make restitution? You'd say, well, as an individual, how could I possibly do this? Just one example is my husband and I have been actively talking about how we can, to the extent that we have discretionary income, how can we redirect some of our philanthropic giving to make sure that we're giving some money to projects to improve the African American community? That's kind of a personal form of reparations. So just a little bit of how can we participate in paying back that which was stolen, and then a soul reckoning. And this is ongoing. We can't wash all of the racism that we've absorbed from the culture out of us once and for all. Maybe never, but this is work that we have to keep doing over and over and over again, so that we reach the point where we really are a person who will never be able to accept this system again. I'm going to close with a song that's not on the sheet, and that is Hashivenu. In my shul in Palo Alto, Hashivenu is a very, very, very important, very beloved prayer about tshuva. Hashivenu Hashem Elecha v'nashuva. We ask God, we take the first step by asking God, bring us back in tshuva. We need your help because this is really hard. God, bring us back in tshuva, and then renew our days. Renew us in a new way so that we won't be doing the same things wrong again. We won't be adding floors into a structure that is fatally flawed. Oh God, help us to do the tshuva as individuals and as a society that we need in order to make this, to be moving in the direction of making this country whole. So please, you're on mute. Feel free to sing along with me. Hashivenu, Hashivenu, Adonai, Elecha, v'nashuva, Hades, Hades, Yamiru Kekadam. I wish you a Shana Tova, beautiful Chagim, strange and unusual, but may they be beautiful in their own way, moving us into a new year of good health for all of us, and every blessing. Shana Tova.